Hey everyone, and welcome back to the HellfireComms All-Stars Marathon. I'm Spiranda here with Mumph again, and we're playing Metroid Prime 2 Echoes today, one of my top 10 favorite games of all time, as opposed to Naruto Ultimate Ninja 3, which was actually not a game that I would consider my favorite. This is actually a game that I love very dearly, and not just because of the randomizer that you guys may have seen me playing in previous streams, but I will say we are here raising money for the Child's Play charity, which provides toys and games to kids that are stuck in hospitals for long stays. If you would like to donate, you can do so by clicking the donate button that is below the stream window, or using the donate command that Flame just put in the chat there. And we have two polls going on for A Hat in Time and Tony Hawk's Underground, which are coming up tomorrow and next week, respectively. So you can vote in those with your donation. We also have a raffle going on for Sonic Frontiers to get a Steam code of that game. And yeah, we're just kind of having fun. And once again, I've spent a long time in the intro talking. So Mumph, how are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm also a Metroid Prime enthusiast. Metroid Prime was not my first experience with Metroid, but it was my biggest experience with Metroid up to that point. Yeah, I've greatly enjoyed Prime 1, probably my favorite game of all time if I really had to come down to it. It's either that or Kingdom Hearts, probably 2. But yeah, up there. It is, especially when you consider the era it was released in, a near perfect game. And Prime 2 is a great sequel to it. It definitely did it took some risks. It changed some things, and at the time I remember going like, I don't know about these things, but with age, like, this game has aged very well. Its mechanics have actually, it may be one of the strongest of the three Prime games, actually, when it comes down to fundamentals.
Yeah, obviously, since this is in my top 10, this is my favorite of the Prime games. I think Prime 1 is held back almost entirely by the boss fights. I hate every boss fight in Prime 1. I don't think any of them are fun at all. And in this game, I think the bosses are at least somewhat enjoyable, and I think the ammo system adds quite a lot to Prime 2 that Prime 1 just doesn't really have going for it.
Yeah, it's the ammo system that I was talking about as being that thing that really kind of put me off at the time, but I've come to respect and kind of understand more. The whole, like, well, if you need dark ammo, use the light beam. Like, wasn't like super obvious the first time I ever played the game, and it always felt like I was struggling with ammo and didn't have the beam expansions and blah 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 blah. But
Yes.
it's actually a really good way of balancing it and making the combat more challenging and dynamic.
As we will be getting all of the beam expansions in this run.
Excellent.
Because I know where they all are, and they're not that hard to get to. We will be doing some fun things with a couple of the beam expansions because of, oops, I am forgetting what I need to do. I forgot that I have to shoot those things. Yeah, by the way, we have Boost Ball. A lot of people don't know you have Boost Ball in the intro here, before your items get taken away.
You can turn off the hint system, but you can't turn off the tutorial.
Sort of, yeah. I did turn off the hint system because it's mostly just obnoxious. I'm not going to be grabbing maps because it just kind of wastes time and I don't really need them. Jump scare.
So you've got some of those speedrunner instincts in you at this point from doing speedrun likes and randomizers, huh?
Yes, I've spent quite a bit of time playing the randomizer, and I'm friends with quite a few people that speedrun the game, so it's definitely in my mind to think that way. I mean, spending a couple of years as a speedrunner for A Hat in Time, which is on tomorrow, by the way, tune in for that, gonna be a really fun time. Spending a few years as a speedrunner for that game has really kind of fundamentally changed the way I think about playing games. I see a lot of things in speedrun senses now, like, you know, how can I do this or skip past this or do this early kind of thing. And no, unfortunately, Gold Member, we do not have the Spring Ball, one of the greatest additions to Metroid Prime Trilogy. I should point out we are playing the GameCube game because, well, it's kind of the version I'm familiar with from playing the randomizer. And also, It's what allows me to do some of the skips that I'm hoping to be able to show off, or tricks, really, I should say.
Okay, we're doing some speedrunner stuff in this run.
Just a little bit, just a few things here and there.
Yeah, there's a few things that I do in these runs. Like I don't really take these. I try to go as fast. I mean, it's Metroid. You get a time at the end. You want to go fast if you know the routes, and you like coming up with good routes, even if you're not speedrunning it. If you just like these games, it's fun to do.
Yeah, I have something of a route in my head for how I'm going to tackle, getting from point A to point B and then B to C and so on. At the end of the game, when we need the final keys to unlock the final boss, I might just kind of wing things. It's going to be fun regardless. You did play this game and the first Metroid Prime for the original Nintendo-thon, and then I think...
Yeah, no, I played all three of them, which is why I was happy to take a backseat this time, and be part of it from another perspective.
Yeah, we definitely get another thing. I never went back and watched those runs. Again, I was not around HFC at the time of the original Nintendo-thon, but maybe I'll go back and watch those at some point so I can check out those runs.
I can't remember if they were all done with Prime Hack, but they were basically all. I think they were played with keyboard mouse controls on through Dolphin, and that definitely got really interesting when we got to Prime 3.
Yeah, I was on for that one.
I'm pretty sure the Prime Hack stuff has gotten better since then, and that some of those motion controls are I think a lot better now.
Okay. I did not know that you had also done that for the first two games. I wasn't aware of that. I figured you just played them through Trilogy.
I'm not sure if it might not have been out yet. I've played through that game a lot of times.
Yeah.
They all kind of blur together to an extent. But most recently I played through both Prime 1 through Metroid Prime Remastered, which is an excellent version of the game. Prime Remastered is probably the best way to play Metroid Prime 1 now.
Yeah, definitely the definitive version, I would say, for a lot of reasons.
And then getting my fill of that after playing it a few times, and to get ready for this, it was a few months ago now, but I played through Prime 2 again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've played through it a few times in practice runs and such. I will say that if you ever see enemies that I don't need to defeat in order to move on through the room, I'm probably going to skip them, because there's not a lot of reason to fight enemies most of the time.
Immersion, role-playing, I don't know. But yeah, it's speed.
We're not here to roleplay, we're here to go slightly fast. A Metroid RPG probably would not work, if I'm being completely honest. I don't see... unless it's an action RPG a la Other M, but done well. I could see something like that.
Sam's leveled up. Gained 2 missiles.
Yeah. Something like that I could possibly see working. Although I think having the items be pickups in the world is still a better way to gain, ammo and new items and stuff rather than leveling up. But yeah, I could definitely see something like that working. I would like to see a like full-time action game in the style of Other M, but done well. I think that's actually a really cool concept that would work great for Metroid, especially in a 3D space. I really hope we get more 3D Metroid games, because I'm going to be honest, I do not
Prime
care.
4, they're working on it. We've seen a title card.
This is true.
And that means they're almost done.
Definitely, that's definitely what that means. I'm going to be honest, I care nothing for the 2D side of Metroid. I have tried, and I've tried, and I've tried, and it's just not for me. I like the 3D games.
I tried to get into Dread, and I just didn't get super into it.
Yeah.
I loved Fusion at the time, and I really enjoyed Zero Mission, but I played those on a portable system, and that was like a really good format for those games, playing them on a Game Boy like system,
Hmm.
and yeah, I just never, yeah, sitting down and playing the 2D ones. I grew up with Metroid Prime. I mean, I had Super Metroid growing up. I had access to the game, but like getting through that as a very young child is a very difficult proposition.
Hmm. Yeah, we're just not going to care about those dead soldiers that got possessed back there. They're fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good opportunity. Actually, we haven't really been talking about the story and what's going on. For those who maybe haven't seen it before, um, what's going on in this game? What's Samus doing here?
Well, there was a distress signal that was sent out, and Samus is answering it, and I'm going to apologize because I'm going to leave the rest to you because I kind of need to focus. Because here is the first trick that I'm going to try to do.
Okay, I want to see this trick, so I will also.
I'm almost got it.
So what Spar's doing here is he's trying to use geometry to get his way up onto a ledge that otherwise would require something like the space jump or an alternate path that's not open yet.
Yeah. And what I'm going to do there is destroy that box that you can barely see poking up, and I'm going to grab the missile from it, and then after the cutscene, the box is going to respawn, and I'll grab a second missile. And hopefully this doesn't take too much longer. I did practice this, so I know I'm in the right spot. It's just a matter of timing at this point. There we go. Finally. Finally made the jump. Damn, that took a while.
It knew we were giving up on it soon, and it's like,
Yeah.
no. We're gonna show you. You're just gonna have to work for it.
All right.
All right, back on track.
Back on track. We have this cutscene.
Yeah, and definitely avoiding all of the lore and the story.
Yeah, well, we're going to sit through the cutscenes at the very least. So, yeah,
I
basically...
mean, this cutscene does have very specific memories for me because this cutscene was the first thing we ever saw for Metroid Prime 2 when it was shown at a Nintendo E3 press conference.
Ah, okay. I wasn't actually aware of that.
And I remember looking at this going, why is Halo on GameCube? What is going on here? And this looked kind of Halo-y at the time from the small amount of the cutscene that they showed. And because you just kind of see all the Federation soldiers, you're like, what the hell's going on? And then Samus shows up. It's like, oh my god, they're making a sequel to one of the greatest games ever made.
Yeah.
Even then, at the time, I think at least some people well understood that Metroid Prime was something special.
Yeah, it definitely got, like, crazy reviews at the start, which is very warranted. Extremely good game. I just really think the bosses hold it back, which might honestly be the randomizer speaking, because you deal with those more frequently by doing randomizer runs than just replaying the game once every few years.
Yeah, I don't have I know what you mean. Like, once you kind of know the patterns for the bosses, like, and you learn them, it's hard to unlearn them, and they kind of get a little monotonous, and you just do them. But at the same time, you talk about them like they're really badly designed. But I've watched a lot of people experience Metroid Prime for the first time through Metroid Prime Remastered, and they have no clue what they're doing in these fights, and they clearly are being more engaged by them. They're much more attention filled. It's what I remember playing it the first time, where you don't know what the trick is.
I think
So it's hard to look at it back with that kind of first eye lens again. But I think you are being a little overly critical of it. But I absolutely know what you mean, and if you're gonna play this game, 10 times, 20 times, you're gonna feel the same way too.
Yeah, I'll be honest. The only boss that I think is just actively bad is Flagra, just because of how much time you have to spend watching the cutscenes for it. Other than that,
Fair.
the bosses are actually pretty well done. I just find them really annoying to play through over and over whenever I'm doing stuff. I would also say the exoskeleton for the Metroid Prime, the final boss, I hate that part as well.
Oh, I was gonna say the exact opposite. Hey, wait, didn't we get this already?
Yeah, so like I said, after the cutscene, why was that jump easy?
It respawns the box.
Yeah, it respawns the box. So we get 10 missiles now, which is important. Because the way the ammo refill system in this game works is that whenever you destroy a crate or defeat an enemy, it will potentially drop either health or ammo of some kind. And the ammo or health that you get is generally dependent on what you happen to need at the time. So if you're low on missiles, you're more likely to get missiles. However, there is a caveat to that statement. If you only have a maximum of 5 missiles, which is what you get from just that missile launcher, the game is really, for whatever reason, designed to not give you missiles. It doesn't realize that you're low, even if you're down to 0 out of 5. So, getting that extra missile increase by picking up the launcher twice is very helpful, because it means I am much more likely to get ammo refills up until I can get the, next proper missile expansion.
Right.
So it's actually a good thing. By the way, this little bit of rock here, telluric alloy is typically associated, I believe, with regular morph ball bombs, which we don't have since our items were stolen. However...
Yeah, another thing that happened as we were kind of talking over a bunch of things that happened all very quickly at the beginning here.
Yes.
We went into the Dark World. Samus chased after Dark Samus. We met Dark Samus, and Dark Samus is like, hey, you don't belong here. I'm going to take all your stuff. Or rather, I'm going to let the Ing take all your stuff.
However, aside from regular morph ball bombs, this bit of rock can also be destroyed by power bombs, the boost ball, and super missiles. None of which we have, but all very interesting.
I was gonna say cool, but it doesn't help us.
It is something that is interesting to know if you happen to be doing a randomizer, because obviously you can get stuff out of order.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense.
There are a lot of weird vulnerabilities for certain things in this game, where things are vulnerable to items that you just wouldn't have by that point in a normal playthrough. For example, power bombs will immediately destroy most things, as expected. There's also a temporary item that the game gives you whenever you go through a kinetic orb cannon called Cannonball. And what Cannonball is it's basically, whenever the game launches you through a kinetic orb cannon, it gives you the item Cannonball. And whenever you land wherever the orb cannon is sending you, it takes it away, because there's a field there that automatically takes the item away no matter what.
I've never thought about how the technical implementation of how they did that was.
And what Cannonball does is it gives you Boost Ball no matter what. You are also completely invulnerable to all damage while in Morph Ball form. And touching any enemy that is vulnerable to the Cannonball type does 500,000 damage per frame. Which means if you have Cannonball and something is vulnerable to it, it's probably going to die. Because things
I don't really know how much health anything has. Like, do you know how much, just for reference, do you know how much health, like, Dark Alpha Splinter here has?
No, but I will say tapping Dark Chica kills it instantly with Cannonball.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, safe to say, though, that 500,000 damage per frame is probably... probably a very large number compared to any boss's max health.
Yes, I will also say we won't
or anything
be
that's vulnerable to, at least.
We won't be seeing them for a while, but the enemy resbits that are in the sanctuary, the ones that are kind of like floating panels of code and can hack your suit, those enemies are, for whatever reason, 4 times weak to Cannonball. So they take 2 million damage per frame.
Glowing orb of light.
And they have like maybe a couple hundred HP, so yeah, they get deleted. There's also some other fun things with Cannonball as we pick up this unknown orb.
This is an incredibly like. It's a really weird, scary message that they like at the end. They're like, the suit's just like, well, it seems fine.
Yeah.
Can't find anything wrong with us.
There's another funny thing that happens with Cannonball. The quadruped enemies that are also in Sanctuary. are also vulnerable to Cannonball in a weird way, and that weird way is that Cannonball will immediately destroy them, and in some cases remove their model from the game. So they don't break down and die, they just disappear. So that's really fun. These are things that you could probably see in randomizer runs, if you happen to be
Art?
interested.
This is Umos. I'm not sure if you've met him before.
Yes, typically I hear his name pronounced as Umos, which is part of why I didn't understand what you were saying earlier.
Oh. He's not a robot from the Xenosaga series. It's Umos.
I always figured it was Umos because it had something to do with the Latin for light, which is Lumos or something like that. So I figured it was some kind of connection there, but in a game where nothing is voice acted, who knows? So basically, a meteor crash landed on the planet, and everything kind of split into two. A whole other world appeared with the Ing, which are dark creatures, and the Luminoth, which Umos is a part of, are creatures of light. And I believe there's a hint or a vague reference to the fact that the Luminoth were an offshoot of the Chozo. I had to think of the word for a second there. I seem to recall a very vague hint in one of the lore scans that they were a distant relative or evolution of the Chozo, but I don't know how true that is. The meteor, of course, being the Leviathans that we learn about in Prime 3, as we will learn in that game.
Yeah, that or one of the 13 Darknesses from Kingdom Hearts. Who knows? Who can say?
Yeah. So now that we've got all the lore and some of the speedrun stuff out of the way, what do you feel about the Varia suit in Prime 2? Because I'll just go ahead and say it's probably my favorite design for the Varia suit.
I think it's a good refresh of the classic suit that they really did a good job modeling in Prime 1. They kind of softened up how metallic it looks and made it a bit more polished in a certain way, or at least maybe match more like some of the other artistic stylings that had shown up for Samus and things like Super Smash Bros. And some of the other more modern 2D games.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think it looks really good. It is certainly one of the best representations. I don't have a direct comparison of it and the Prime 3 version, but I'm pretty sure they're really similar. Anyway.
I'm not going to be bothering much with the lore scans because, again, they take up time and my schedule is unfortunately pretty limited, but there's quite a lot going on in all of the lore scans for the Luminoth and the Galactic Federation and the Pirates and so on. So I'd recommend checking it out. If you haven't played this game, definitely try to find all of the lore scans in your run. You'll probably appreciate stuff that's going on a lot better. A lot of the pirate scans end up talking about the Dark Hunter, which is of course Dark Samus. So pretty cool stuff going on there.
Yeah, the Prime series games, well, at least 1 and 2 especially, really keep the story, like, the story is very terse. It tells you just the very core of what you need. You kind of put it together yourself. But if you want more, if you want to know more about the universe, just scan everything, read everything, and it goes into this detail that you really just don't otherwise get in such an interactive way in the world. Like, there's lots of games that, at least in the past, had codecs and an alternate lore information you could look up somewhere, but to have it so readily available, just to scan something and say, this is what I learned about this, there's very few games that have done that very well.
Yeah, and that was a very reflexive cutscene skip, and I'm going to try to keep that to a minimum. That was... my brain kicked into speedrun mode, and I was like, okay, time to skip the cutscene. It does allow me to sort of ignore those enemies getting possessed again by the Ing back there.
And this cutscene that we skipped, it's just Splinters being taken over by Ing, right? Like there's nothing of much significance happening.
Nothing of significance, and in fact, it even plays out in real time.
Yeah, we got to even see a little bit of it.
Yeah,
we got to see a little bit of it as you walked through the cutscene.
And there's actually a fun thing that can happen there. This is a special Luminoth thing, the key bearers, which we'll learn more about later on. There's a special thing with that cutscene back there in Temple Assembly Site, where if you, in a randomizer, if you enter that area from the other direction, like if you're coming from the Great Temple, which you can start in for the randomizers as an option. If you actually come in from that way and you trigger the cutscene of those enemies spawning in first, before the cutscene that happens when you first enter Temple Assembly Site with that box that comes in from the other room, if you trigger the Splinter cutscene first, the Splinters are not loaded on the first version of that room, on the first layer. So the Ing that spawn to take them over have nothing to take over, so they'll actually attack Samus, and they actually do quite a lot of damage. But now we are here in the first major level, the Aegon Wastes, which is probably my favorite area in the game overall, because I feel like as cool as Sanctuary is, there's just a few problems with it that I'll touch on later on. But yeah, Aegon is just really solid from start to finish.
It's where I was thinking about the whole structure of this game and what happens and just to make sure I can remember all the major beats and help you out on any. I'm pretty sure you got it, but just in case we get stuck anywhere and forget where to go, sometimes the normal order for people who get really used to the randomized order can get a little weird.
You are correct, and I will appreciate any help when and if it comes to that point.
Yeah. But a lot of the game does take place in this, like the core start of stuff all happens in this Aegon area, and then you don't really, and then once you leave it, you just kind of don't come back here ever again until the Sky Temple keys.
Yeah, there's obviously a couple reasons to come back, because in a Metroid game, there's always reasons to go back for stuff, for like extra missile expansions or things like that. But yeah,
they did think out the backtracking in this game, I think, a bit better than they did in Prime 1.
Yeah, there are a couple points in Prime 1 where you have to travel quite far, actually.
Back and forth again, and especially if you're into doing 100%, which I'm almost always into at least 100% item completion.
Yeah.
Yeah, to try and route 100%, even just casually, is a lot harder in Prime 1. You kind of gotta. It's not that bad. I think I've got a pretty good route. I think I can do the game. I don't want to actually quote a number because the amount of error I would have in my recollection of whatever number I'd say is significant enough that the number would effectively be meaningless because it's so short already.
Yeah. I think the most egregious thing in Prime 1 is when you have to go back for the boost ball, because at that point, what you're doing is you have to, you get the boost ball, actually, in Fendrana Drifts, and then you have to go all the way back through Fendrana Drifts, through Magmore Caverns, and back into the Talon Overworld to get it to grab something. And then go back to Fendrana Drifts to use the thing that you grabbed. Also, you don't actually need to care about the first phase of this boss. It's just on the top.
Oh, you can just wait? You can just wait until the...
Yeah. Yeah, you don't actually have to do anything to it. It just kind of possesses it on its own.
And any damage you do to it is negated by it turning into the Bomb Guardian?
Yes. The enemy that was there before is the Alpha Sand Digger. Basically a powered-up version of the little worm things that you may have seen in Mining Station A at the start of Aegon. And can I do this? Nope, I spent too much time. You can 2-cycle the boss if you do it correctly, rather than 4, as is normally required. But unfortunately, I screwed up just a little bit. If you do a single power beam shot, and then a missile, and then a charge shot for the first phase, and then do a missile and a charge shot for the second phase, he dies. The way it works is usually he'll stop at certain HP gates, and so you have to do that cycle 4 times. But if you know how to do it, you skip things. And skipping things is fun. And now we have picked up our bombs from the Bomb Guardian. Who would have thought? Who would have thought the Bomb Guardian had bombs? Which we can use to destroy these. Again, those walls that pop up, they're also vulnerable to power bombs. Most things that are vulnerable to bombs in this game are also vulnerable to power bombs. I'll go ahead and say that ahead of time.
Spar, did you ever play the demo version of this game?
I don't know that I did, actually. I do remember, actually, I bought this game when it was coming out. I don't remember if I had already played the first Metroid Prime. I think I had played it but not completed it. I bought it. And then my parents also bought it for me for my birthday because they didn't know I had already gotten it. So I had 2 copies of it.
I just remember there was, I think it must have come with a Nintendo Power or something kind of thing.
Probably.
But yeah, there was a demo disc that was available for Metroid Prime 2. And they stitched together a bunch of rooms in an order that isn't the real order.
Yeah.
And had you go through a few different things, and it's I kind of wish I could still play that demo sometimes because I can't remember exactly the changes that they made. But
well, I have
the portal room in Agon is like way closer.
Yeah. I have good news for you, as there are ways to play it if you know where to go on the internet.
Oh, okay.
I'll say that much. I could probably direct you to
people have done a better job than me at keeping track of their demo discs.
Yeah, so I could point you out to that after we're done here, if you remind me.
That's fine.
But yes, we basically got told, hey, you need 3 keys to get into the temple to fight the boss and reclaim the energy for the Aegon. And we also got an upgraded translator module, which means we can now decode the orange scans for the Luminoth projectors, which is mostly not really going to come into play. There's, I think, 1 gate that I'm going to take down, because it has a missile expansion behind it. But other than that,
the concept of the translators was definitely an interesting difference in how to kind of gate things. The way that this game works is you kind of get into a new area like Aegon, and they want to force you down a very narrow path that leads you to the great temple, the great temple of the area, or the temple area, and then once you get there, they'll give you the translator, which then kind of unlocks you to go and kind of explore the world more completely. Still maybe missing the major power-up for the area, which will limit your navigation. But yeah, they really use the translator gates to force you down a very specific path, and that's not something they've really kind of ever done directly like that ever before or ever again.
Yes, so I'm going to backtrack just a little bit because I can grab an energy tank, and I'm going to be dealing with some rather dangerous enemies in the next major rooms, so I want to make sure I've got enough health to not die. On the subject of the translator gates, would you believe me if I told you that all of the translator gates in the temple grounds, the main hub area that leads everywhere, all of those are actually violet colored, no matter what they actually appear as. You don't actually need any of the higher levels of translators to get through them. It's just that you can't reach those rooms normally without progressing through the game to get the higher ones, because they're locked behind other gates that actually are the proper colors.
You're not talking about the ones though in the Great Temple. There's the path that leads up to Umos.
No, not the Great Temple in the Temple grounds.
Oh,
Like the one that's in the GMFC
oh, in
compound.
the temple grounds. Oh, okay, I
Yeah,
see.
the one in GMFC compound that leads to Sanctuary is a green. Is a green translator, but actually, it is violet. And if you know that, then you can. I mean, if
Is
you get there
violet?
early.
You get violet later than green?
No, violet is the first one you get from Umos. We just got amber. Green is from Torvus, and then cobalt blue is from Sanctuary.
So what prevents you from going? What prevents you from going to the GMCS compound area and going through that translator gate right now?
Power bombs. You are locked off from getting there because there are gates in the way that require power bombs to destroy. Fun fact, the gates that appear on the way there can also be broken by screw attack. But you get screw attack after power bombs, so that's not helpful either. I will say, though, in terms of doing things out of order, the Metroid Prime games are very interesting in how they handle things, because you can go out of bounds pretty easily in any of the games if you know what you're looking for, or even on accident sometimes. There's one particular room in Torvus where you can just kind of jump at a wall and you end up going out of bounds if you know it's there. I won't be showing that off because I'm not really going to do much with that room. But I will say that out-of-bounds movement is actually pretty well fleshed out, mainly because people have, worked on it for so long.
Are we going to see any out of bounds in your run?
No, you will not be seeing any out-of-bounds movement. Just a few skips like that one right there, because I just went to the third thing that I was going to hit and skip the second one, because you don't actually need to hit all three of those things. You only need the final one in order to activate this device. So you can actually just kind of jump to the third one from the first one, and you just skip it. I will say that, like I said, out-of-bounds movement is pretty well fleshed out, and the way it works is, and this is sort of a meme in the speedrunning and randomizer community, that every room is inside of a box. And inside that box, gravity and physics typically work pretty much like normal. However, when you get to the edge of that box and stand on anything outside of that box where everything is normal, Samus will stand on nothing. The community has dubbed that area, that space, as Ether. I believe it was called that before.
With Aether.
Yes, I believe it was actually called that before Prime 2 came out. Possibly. I'm not really 100% sure on that one. So they may have come up with the name before Prime 2 came out, with the name of the planet being Aether. But how it works is that if you stand on the nothing, the ether, you can jump. While you're in that space, you cannot actually jump. Jumping actually does nothing, but you will rise very slowly if you're in the ether, if you're in that space outside of the box. Samus will rise very slowly. Up to a certain point, I think. Probably the top of where the box is. I think that's probably where that stops. I'm not really sure on the whole specifics. If anyone from the community is in the chat, feel free to correct me on things that I'm saying that's probably wrong. But what you can do is you can sort of stand on the ether and jump back into the box. And you will jump off of that ledge into where the gravity works, and you'll go up, and then you move back to the side and you land again on the ether, and that's called an ether jump, appropriately enough. And so you can keep doing that to gain height, and that's how you generally get out of bounds and move out of bounds throughout the different rooms of the game. That's how they traverse to different places.
So a lot of so to expand on that a little bit, from my experience with Metroid Prime Remastered and watching and seeing how people work with Metroid Prime Remaster and seeing some speed running of that, a lot of the out of bounds tricks, if not all of them, still work. At least the ones that would work on the previous Wii version. that I think it's based off of.
They sort of
But
work because they actually removed
ether itself behavior has dramatically changed. Now if you fall off geometry that you can't see, you will now fall infinitely.
Yes, there is no,
and that is the end for you.
there is no box anymore. Basically, gravity generally works as it's supposed to anywhere outside the typical bounds of the game, and so out of bounds movement is much tougher. And I'll say a lot of the I won't say all of, I'm not even sure if a lot of the stuff has changed, but a decent chunk of stuff has changed for the trilogy version on the Wii. So, you know, it's kind of like, you know, which whenever you feel like doing. And don't mind me, I'm going to fire at this thing for a little while. What I'm doing here is semi-skipping a boss fight. The Jump Guardian is actually standing right up there on that ledge, but you can't see
so you're damaging the Jump Guardian right now.
Yes, because Jump Guardian is the worst boss in this game. I hate fighting him. He's terrible.
Yeah.
He's
and you might die.
He's just generally awful. So what I'm doing is I'm just kind of firing at him here, and it's, you know, taking his health down, assuming that I'm hitting the right spot.
And we're gaining health. We're just sitting here gaining health the whole time.
Yes.
We're sitting in this light bubble.
Yeah, to talk about that real quick, we're now in Dark Ether, or Dark Aether, however it's pronounced, which is dangerous. The atmosphere is dangerous, as the pop-up said when we first got in here. And if you stand in the dark part, you will take damage. If you stand in the light part, you will heal damage. Fun fact, the randomizer can also change the values of both the damage and healing for both of those things. So you can have some quite a bit of fun.
Like on a per room basis, or on or like globally across the entire
globally across the entire game.
Okay.
So you can make it so that anywhere in the game, Dark Ether will do. Let's say I think the default is like 13 damage per second. You can make it do 100 if you want the game to be really, really hard for no reason.
Is it possible for can you do too much damage to the Jump Guardian using this trick? Did you have to be careful about how many shots you made?
No, it will always stop at 1. It will always stop at 1 HP. I just happen to be like a few shots off of that.
Sure. Okay. But yeah. Okay. So this trick is safe to do. You're not going to soft lock your game.
Correct. Yeah. There's no way to defeat the Jump Guardian until it has properly spawned. And now we have the space jump boots.
Right, because that like a lot of speedrun tricks, like even that missile one at the beginning, like looked pretty finicky. You know, not sure I'd recommend people necessarily try that at home. But this trick, this one looks like, hey, go ahead and try this one. This looks like a really useful.
Yeah.
trick.
So what I did is actually not the proper way that the Jump Guardian instant kill or whatever is done. Typically what the speedrunners will do is they'll actually travel this way through this path in order to get there, because you can do a bomb jump to get up here and then stand on some geometry to get through the previous room, which would normally require space jump, but there's, like, you know, special ways that you can get through it with bomb jumps and geometry and stuff. And so what they do is they actually get up onto the upper ledges where you can fire straight at the Jump Guardian. And you don't have to, like, line up the shot through, you know, whatever buildings were on the side down there. So it's a lot easier to do that way, but I'm not so good with getting through those rooms without space jump. So I just kind of do it the slower way. Fun fact, Jump Guardian is vulnerable to light beam, but not charged light beam shots, I'm pretty sure. So he is only typically vulnerable to normal shots or something like that. He's also impervious to power bombs. Weird.
That light beam thing might explain. Yeah, there's some. Yeah, I definitely feel like I've had some interesting behavior, because I feel like the light beam should have been doing more damage, but maybe that's because I was very much into using charge shots.
Yeah, well, you're never going to have, at least in a normal playthrough, you're never going to have light beam by the time you reach Jump Guardian.
Oh, okay. Then,
yeah.
And I might be thinking of a different fight then.
Yeah. You're probably thinking of Boost Guardian because it has the same model.
Do you shoot Boost Guardian though, or is that one all done in the Morph Ball?
No, that's the Spider Guardian you're thinking of. Spider Guardian
No,
is done in Morph Ball.
no. There's a Boost Guardian.
Boost Guardian is fought sometimes in Morph Ball, but you also fight him normally in 3D and shoot him.
Yeah, that's not the fight I'm thinking of though.
Okay.
Maybe it's just one of those. Maybe I'm just thinking of a random Ing fight or something.
Possibly. Because the Ing Warriors are the same model that's used for, well, generally the same model that the Jump Guardian and Boost Guardian are based off of. And so now we are equipped to head further into the Aegon Wastes. Again, these are things that we could do. What I'm about to do here is something you can do without space jump, but generally pretty tough. Okay, Samus. There we go. Because you can actually get to the top of this thing through bomb jumps. And then bomb jump over here. Very hard to do. I have tried in randomizers, and yeah, I honestly couldn't do it. And we actually have a little bit of a fight with some space pirates coming up. And the second of the... Well, I guess it's probably the third now at this point of the speedrun.
I just lost the stream.
What happened?
I lost the stream.
You lost the stream.
See if it's just me. Yeah, it looks like it's just me.
Yeah, okay, everything's good on my end.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to be showing off another speedrunny trick type thing here in this room. You might be able to guess what I'm going for if you remember what is in this room.
Okay.
But first, we have to take out some space pirates because, well, they're just kind of in the way.
This was in the demo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember this from promotional material.
It's a big it's a big kind of set PC moment.
It sure is, yeah.
I'm not super I know some people say they like the space pirate design in this game better. I actually don't. I think the space pirates are better designed in both 1 and 3.
I don't like them in 3 because they kind of look sickly. They kind of don't.
I think my favorites are the ones in 1.
Yeah. My favorites are definitely 1, aside from the beam variants that are only vulnerable to a particular beam. Because, I mean, they're just really annoying enemies. But anyway, time for me to focus, because I have to do a trick now. Let me actually do the trick correctly. It would be really nice if the game did not lag. Alright, so what I did there is called a bomb space jump. What happens is, because the camera is shoved into this wall, it can't do the normal mini cutscene thing of Samus coming out from Morph Ball mode. And so you
quick unmorph.
Yeah, it's a quick unmorph, basically. And in that time, you have some very minuscule amount of time in order to jump. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to get up there again. Because I didn't get my dash that I wanted. And so
we're doing a scan dash?
I am going to be doing a scan dash here as well, yes. Let's see. Hopefully this goes better than the first trick that I did, because I've had some trouble with this in the past. Alright, that's part 2. This is the toughest part for me, generally. Got it in 1. Nice. So we get over here early, and we get to pick up a beam ammo expansion. But hang on.
What does that do when you don't have any beams? Yeah.
Currently nothing, but when we get beams, we will start off with 100 ammo instead of 50.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
It also means, by the way, you may have noticed, those turrets up there are actually not active on this layer of the room. We actually have to leave the room and come back for it to reload. There's also nothing blocking.
I was wondering why you didn't just use them.
Yeah, there's also nothing blocking that hole up there. Again, because of the layer that the room is on. Layers are basically like you come to the room the first time and you get the pirate fight. You come to the room the second time and the turret's active. That kind of thing. And if you happen to set the room to a layer that is different through... That's basically how it worked, that thing at the Temple Assembly site where I said the Ing possession worked differently because the splinters weren't there. It's that kind of thing. Like the layer is different from what the game is expecting, but things will still activate a certain way.
We're still getting some free, or at least relatively free missile expansions.
Yeah, pretty much anything that's just kind of in the way here, I'm going to be grabbing. I'm not going to go too far out of my way because there are some really, really long, tedious missile expansions that you can pick up in this game.
I think all you get is a missile expansion for this, but it might be an energy tank. There's a room somewhere in this game that I don't know if it's like just because I've been playing it on Dolphin or if this is a thing that could happen in the real game as well, but like the camera glitches, it doesn't adjust properly for like one of the most complicated morph ball puzzles in the game. And you have to make like a bunch of like morph ball jumps basically blind. And it's really frustrating.
Torva's Grove?
Yeah, that sounds right.
That is an energy tank, and that can actually happen sometimes with the cannonball item, because like I said, cannonball gives you boost ball.
So is this a known glitch? Is this like can this happen on the GameCube game?
I've never heard of that happening outside of cannonball. The weird thing about cannonball with boost ball is that you have boost ball sort of. You can boost, and you're invulnerable. It doesn't do damage to anything, though. The boosting effect does not damage anything. It doesn't have a hitbox. So that part is weird. And in things like half pipes, the camera will not recognize that Samus has boost ball, so it won't zoom out to show the half pipe kind of thing. So cannonball is really weird. It is an item that you can add in to the randomizer to be a normal pickup. Anytime that you die or reload a save, you lose cannonball, though. The way to pick up cannonball in the normal game is through a pretty complex series of out-of-bound movements that basically has you activating a kinetic orb cannon while you're not actually in the room where the orb cannon is at.
Well, the whatever camera glitch I'm talking about definitely doesn't require you to do anything out of the ordinary.
Yeah, that sounds like just kind of a random thing that I'm not too sure about. I sadly can't really help you with that one.
Well, will we be getting that energy tank in this run, or is that not in the run? It is kind of out of the way, I think.
I'm not going through Torva's Grove because it takes a while to do that one, and I honestly don't need that many energy tanks.
It's a jail cell that doesn't work very well. That's what the space pirates use that room for.
Ah, okay. Oh, I can show off a funny thing here. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah, if you keep shooting a pirate as it's falling like that.
Oh, really? It doesn't let it die?
It keeps going back and forth. Yeah. I imagine that looked horrible on the bitrate on the stream, but
yeah, it turned out fine actually.
Okay, cool. I'm glad to know that. I think Twitch has actually started doing a lot better with low bitrate to make it not look horrible, which is great as someone who has a 1.8 megabit per second upload speed. So thank you for helping with that, Twitch.
I'm not sure they've actually done anything. I think it's just the difference of the game content, the graphics for Metroid Prime. Part of what make it and what have made Metroid Prime work so well, even the original game back in 2002, was the ability to look good while not actually being overly graphically complex. And those simple, the relatively simple textures, but really clever use of them allows this game to look good, but not actually cost a lot, either in bitrate, complexity, or otherwise.
Yeah. So there's another energy tank right there. I think that That might be the last one we're getting for a while. I'm not sure. I can't remember what else might be here. But
This is a room that I remember like struggling with figuring out this puzzle, but it's just really simple
it's
once you know what to do.
ridiculously simple, and I'm also going to show you
The
a
fact
cool
that you have
thing.
to scan each one of these buttons and have to wait for it to scan every time, though, the first time, is annoying.
Yeah, by the way, you don't actually have to set them up properly to get up there. There's a tall bit of standable space there that you can actually reach from only having it on 2, which skips a cutscene because when you set those platforms up the proper way with 1, 2, 3, you actually get a short cutscene. So that's a little bit of a speedrun trick to save a few seconds there as well.
Yeah, Silver Dude, it would have been nice if they just put in the fusion suit into Metroid Prime Remastered.
It's literally in the code, but there's no way to activate it without hacking. You'd think they would just
did they have a new? They didn't make a new texture for it though, did they? Did they put work into it?
That I don't know. You'd think they would have had it connect to the Metroid Fusion that's on Nintendo Switch Online, but I don't know how tough that would
be. No. Make it to lock that behind some kind of silly link cable thing today would be stupid. They should have just put that in the game, like they put in all the concept art and all the other stuff. And
I mean, true.
It would have been pretty easy. Like the only reason I think that they probably didn't is that they saved. They didn't want to put the money and time into building another Samus model and remastering it. So my guess is that they didn't. But if they did, and they just decided to like scrap it last minute or something, like that's silly. But I have to just assume they went in with the decision to only build the suits that they needed to.
Yeah. All I know is that the code for the suit is in the game. I don't know if the textures are remastered or anything. I would assume that they would just go through the new engine to be updated whenever it's hacked in, but I don't really know anything about that specifically.
So yeah, now we get our first battle with Dark Samus.
Yes.
Who's just kind of been looking at us from time to time. She's just been kind of in the background doing stuff outside of our first interaction where she basically robbed us at gunpoint.
Mm-hmm. Now, I am guilty of this as well, but most people tend to refer to Dark Samus as she. But technically, Dark Samus, as far as I know, has no actual gender.
No, they're. I mean, I think most correctly they are a they.
Yes, but it is very easy to just say she because Samus is also a girl. By the way, this is another fight where you can win very easily in a randomizer by using power bombs. However, if you happen to hack in power bombs or somehow obtain them early in the normal game without using the randomizer, there is a chance that using power bombs on Dark Samus here will actually crash the game. So probably don't try that without the randomizer. Dark Samus is also pretty vulnerable to the screw attack, but again, that's a thing we also don't have, and is generally a little bit tougher to actually do damage with, just because of the way screw attack works. Too bad Dark Samus doesn't take damage from the fire. Another thing people might not know, and this will come into play later in some of the later Dark Samus fights, is that Dark Samus is actually more weak to the Dark Beam than the Light Beam. Despite being named Dark Samus, they are actually a creature of the Light World.
That's actually something that is common throughout the entire game. A lot of the dark enemies, the Ing and stuff, are actually weaker to the dark weapons, or at least not like immune to them in a way that you shouldn't use them like you might think. Yeah, the light beam is not always the best weapon for dealing with the dark enemies.
Yeah, light beam is generally the best option. There are some other things that come into play, like the charged dark shot having the freeze effect that the ice beam had.
Exactly.
which you can then
Which
freeze
is
an enemy
incredibly powerful in
and
this
then hit them with a missile to immediately destroy them. And speaking of the dark beam, it's right here.
Yeah, Dark Beam is the better of the two beams, I think, in this game. If I had to say which one's better, I think Dark Beam wins.
Aesthetically, I like the light beam, but I will say dark beam
Sure.
has a lot of utilization that is really good. However,
Yeah.
counterpoint to that, by the way, check out the 100 ammo to start with because we got the beam ammo upgrade. However, a lot of dark creatures like the Ing can be immediately killed by activating light zones with the light beam, or later on the Annihilator beam. And actually,
Oh, the Annihilator Beam, yeah, which sucks them in like a black hole.
yeah, they get attracted to it because they
Like
think
a
it's a
light
dark thing, but it actually.
Oh,
isn't.
is that the reasoning? I just thought it just made it super powered and
Yeah.
it gave it. Yeah, I don't know. I never really thought about the lore reasons.
I distinctly remember, and this might have been a thing from the demo that I recall. I distinctly remember needing to activate this cannon.
You have played the demo then.
Yeah, to activate that cannon in order to activate this portal. That's a thing from the demo? Okay. Alright. Alright, well, interesting then.
I think I remember that too. You go into like that control room where that named but we don't know what his name is, space pirate is, and I think you activate a panel there, and I think that turns on the beam, and then you go in and go into the dark world and do something. I can't remember what, but
yeah. Well, we're in the dark world again right now, and we need to find, well, the light beam. Because we found the dark beam, and now we can get
dark ammo. Because at the moment, it's really hard to replenish dark ammo.
It really is, actually. It's very surprisingly difficult to replenish your ammo when it's like this.
Yeah, when you don't have the and they really, unlike the other games where you get a new beam, and then you use it for a while, and you don't get another one until a significant portion later. Like, we're on a direct path to getting the light beam at the moment.
Yeah.
They really want you to have the light and the dark, the ability to balance your ammo, the ability to go back and forth between these worlds and stuff to activate portals.
It is not.
They want that symmetry there as soon as possible.
It is not a system that would have worked if the beams were more spread out, which unfortunately means that we get two early on, and the last one is practically at the end of the game. And just to touch on things, yes, I was doing a few jumps to get through things quicker in some of those rooms that we passed through before the save state. Just, like I said, getting through things faster, nothing really overly special. I wasn't really sequence breaking or anything like that. I guess I sequence broke by getting one of the keys early, but I'm getting it like early by like a couple minutes, so it's not really that big of a deal. The other effect that those particular skips had is that a particular platform is not changed in that room, which I think is named Doomed Entry. So in order to get up there, we're going to have to do another trick later, which, if I recall correctly, involves a scan dash. So you're going to be seeing another one of those.
This room looks really nasty, and it gets kind of worse later, I think, as the room. I think let me borrow your own terminology. I think as it changes layers into a one that has more enemies in it.
Yes. Later on, when you come back, there are dark Metroids.
Yeah, which are
jeez,
a horrifying thing to happen to a Metroid. I actually love Metroids. I think I would. I mean, I acknowledge that this would be a terrible idea in practicality, but I want a pet Metroid.
Yeah, that does sound pretty awful. Also, that was mildly terrifying because I did not mean to jump down there.
Well, clearly it's possible that if you get a baby Metroid that you can have them impression on you and not be... Oh, I mean, clearly Super Metroid proves that.
Yeah.
That you can do stuff. But I mean, like I said, I think they're a cool creature. I think that it's a horrifying thing that that Metroid is a series about genociding them.
Well, I missed one of the little flyer things. Okay.
So I sometimes try in my runs to to kill as few Metroids as possible, which you might naturally do because you are minimizing the number of enemies you need to actually deal with in general.
Yes, we're probably going to take a few out just because they'd be in the way otherwise. But
The Dark Metroids, I think, is a mercy kill. Those things they don't look happy.
There are not many Metroids outside of Aegon and Dark Aegon. I think there's some in the Dark Temple grounds, and there's one in the Hive, which is the dark version of Sanctuary. Other than that, they're mostly located here because the space pirates are, the ones doing stuff with them. These little eyeball things that I'm destroying with the light beam are vulnerable to something else, but I can't remember off the top of my head. It might be Boost Ball? I'm questioning that one. I'm not sure. Let's see if I can do this first try. No, I cannot because I pressed the wrong button. Scan Dash there lets you get back up to this ledge. Or I can do a slope jump right there. Basically, a slope jump is what I was trying to do early on that I eventually managed to get when I did the missile duplicate. When you press against a wall or something like that, Samus gets pushed upwards ever so slightly, and you can abuse that to get extra height. And that dead body back there actually provided a really nice slope in order to jump up to make it easier to get through here.
This is the fight I was thinking about.
Yeah, with the charged light shots? Well,
yeah.
I'm going to show you a much easier way to handle this fight, actually. Well, you're still going to see
the
some
one I was thinking of.
You're still going to see some charged light shots, but there's a much easier way to go about this. Also, once again, having the ammo increase is greatly helpful here.
Like, this isn't a Guardian of any kind, right? This is just an Ing fight?
This is just a normal Ing warrior, yes.
Like, a lot of them, though.
Yes. So what we're going to do now that we have those first ones out of the way is light up all of these beacons with the light beam, and when they travel through them, they will instantly die. Like that. And like that. And the fight's done. Because whenever Ing warriors, or most Ing really, come into contact with an empowered beacon like that, they just die. So it's just a much easier way to handle that particular fight. And once again, we're going to jump up here so I can take
Is that our second or third key?
That was our second key. We're going to get the third one momentarily. We could have already gotten the third one, actually. It's close to the temple, so there's not much reason for me to go out of my way to get it early on, because we have to go back to the temple to access the temple anyway.
Right, and yeah, the way these work is we get into an area, we go to the dark world, and to get the energy back, is what we've been tasked with doing.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get access to the temple, to the dark temple, and they've locked that behind 3 keys in each area.
Yes, and this is an ammo refill station, which people might not even know was over here because you never need to look to the left in that room.
Does it replenish missiles or just beam ammo?
It replenishes every type of ammo you have: missiles, beam ammo, and power bombs. The only thing it doesn't replenish is health.
Right.
But fortunately, we have save stations for that.
And standing around in light.
Yeah,
and light beacons.
And standing around in the light beacons. Yeah, there's that too.
Worst case scenario. There's part of that that's always been weird. Like, I get the mechanic, but there's part of it that's weird that, like, compared to the light world itself, there are places in the dark world that are actively healing you rather than the light world, which doesn't. But
yeah, I mean,
it's just a weird dichotomy. But you understand the game mechanic.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the only thing that heals you in the light world is save stations, which I kind of need to find one. Jesus, I'm taking more damage than expected here.
You keep not killing that guy, and he is accumulating the damage to you. I think he has done like 50, 60 plus damage to you over the course of this game so far.
I think he has done more damage than any other enemy so far, yes. And game is not giving me drops. There we go. There's a 50.
So as we're on our way to the next key and the next location, we'll remind everybody that we're doing this for Child's Play, benefiting sick kids in hospitals. The donation link is beneath this video, or you can use the donate command in chat. Any amount is appreciated. Any amount, $5 and over. Every $5 will get you an entry into a Sonic Frontiers game giveaway raffle. And there are other incentives, like getting Naruto to be the Tony Hawk Pro Skater player, which everyone should donate to. Because Naruto brings in the money. We all know that. Yeah. Everyone loves that ninja.
Especially Hinata.
And Sasuke.
Yeah, and Sasuke. You're right. When you're right, you're right. So there's just really nice benefits from having that, the ammo increase for the beams, and we're going to see quite a bit of it with the light beam and the major boss that's coming up, because having only 50 ammo for the light beam is actually pretty rough in that fight. And there is a save station in this room, which I am going to make use of. Well, not in this room specifically, but it connects to one right here. No, Naruto is not the one connected with the Go Ninja Go meme. It's connected to the here I stand with my Ninja Clan. Ninja Clan, here we stand. Which was the German opening for the anime, I think. It was definitely something in the EU that used that song, or made that song for the opening of the Naruto anime, and it's pretty ridiculous in all honesty. And so we go over here, and this is the final key. It's just kind of right here. This room is affectionately dubbed the Broom Closet by the randomizer community. And I have been burned by not checking this room for items in my randomizer runs more time than I wish to admit. Because it kind of feels like it's out of the way if you don't have to do the boss fight. But we got our 3 keys. And we gotta go, well... well, you can try that out, Neo. It's a thing you can play. Mumph was talking about how he played those previously. There are hacks that you can use in Dolphin to activate...
Yeah, just look up, do a search for something called Prime Hack.
Prime Hack, yep. You have WASD movement, or whatever movement you want for the emulator, but the pointer controls are controlled by mouse. And here we have our first major boss fight. This is Amorbus, or as some people call it, the Worm.
Yep, so we've used the temple keys we've gotten, and this is, yeah, the first major boss, the boss of the Dark Agon area.
Yep.
He's a giant sandworm. Like the one, kind of like the one we fought for the Bomb Guardian, but yeah. Even bigger.
Yes. Actually, in Mining Station A, the first big room of Agon Wastes, you can actually see the dead body of a creature that looks very much like a Morbus, wrapped around some of the towers there. Nice. Okay. So there's a neat thing you can do in the second phase of the fight, where if you take out the second worm, I need to use bombs. while the first one is still dying and disconnecting itself from the orb in the middle, it actually does not spawn the third worm in the final phase. So that you only have 2 to take out in the final phase, which goes a little bit faster. However, if you do that again in the final phase, where you take the worm out before the last one disconnects, you actually soft lock. So be careful if you try to do that. It is also pretty hard to do, I would say, without boost ball. Also, Morbus is not affected by the empowered light field that I accidentally created here, because bosses just, you know, if bosses were vulnerable to that thing, then a lot of them could probably be cheesed. Morbus also has an attack, which we are fortunately not going to see here, where its multiple heads or forms or whatever come together in the center of the arena and fire out a whole bunch of lasers. And they spin around in a circle, and it is affectionately dubbed the Worm Rave by the community. That's actually an emote that you can get on one of the plugins for Twitch called Frankerface C, I think, that shows what the attack looks like, and it's just called Worm Rave. But the fight's done. Pretty easy.
Yep. It's a pretty straightforward fight if you know what you're doing.
Yeah. And
use the light beam.
More enjoyable than
put bombs in his
Flogger.
mouth.
Definitely more enjoyable than Flogger, I would say. And we pick up our first of the suit upgrades, which are sadly also spread out really far in this game. A lot of the upgrades come from returning and new items for this game, which is a pretty nice combination. You get some of each. It's a pretty nice thing here. But this is the dark suit, which a lot of people were not super keen on when this came out, I'm pretty sure. I heard a lot of people saying they didn't like it, but this has definitely grown on me over the years.
I think I agree completely. I had an immediate gut reaction of like, oh, I don't know how I feel about this. But I ended up having a poster of Samus in that suit up on my wall for years, and yeah, I think it for the especially in the theme of the game, the fact that it's Luminoth tech, it looks very Luminoth-y. You know, putting aside just the raw aesthetic of it and it being a little less Samus-y and Metroid-y in the first place, I think it's actually really cool too.
Well, yeah, because it's not
it aged really well.
It's not a Chozo suit, so it's okay that it doesn't look like the Chozo tech, right?
Exactly.
And here is the Dark Energy Controller, the energy that was sapped, stolen from the Light World, taken to the Dark World, and we are taking it back. Samus is now a criminal. Isn't Samus always a criminal? Because the bounty hunter name that she's given, I think, was a mistranslation. And even though she works with the Galactic Federation, she's actually sort of an outlaw. But they just kind of work with her because she takes out bad guys. Something like that. Because she defected from the Galactic Federation, according to, like, the stuff that was in Other M, if we're counting that as canon. And now we have the power of Aegon's energy in our suit, which doesn't really do anything other than it heals us when we get it. The other main thing that it does is it actually prevents us from leaving Aegon. If we go back to the Light World at Aegon Wastes, we will actually have shields over the elevators preventing us from leaving. It also makes more enemies spawn, but as you can probably guess, not that big of a deal. I have died, actually, to the enemies that spawn after grabbing the energy. Because in the portal room, there spawns a bunch of the Dark Pirate Troopers, which do, like... they do, like, 8 or 9 damage per shot, and they fire, like, 6 or 7 shots in a burst, so they can tear through health bars if you're not careful with them. Runner's mentality is skip fights until you can't anymore. Yeah, that's basically true. The nice thing about the Dark Pirate Troopers is they're dark enemies. So when they touch a light field, they die. And these ones are programmed to run into the light field because they're idiots.
Yeah, these are the worst trained space pirates in the game, I think.
Well, they've been taken over by the Ing, so they don't really have any training anymore.
That's
They're going on off instinct because the Ing are purely instinctual creatures. Except for maybe the Emperor Ing, which is basically the core of the Leviathan that crashed into the planet. Affected by the dark energy and the Phazon and everything. I'm excited for Prime 4. I want to see what they do with more Phazon stuff, because as far as we knew, the Phazon saga was done, but if we're getting more,
I
really
think,
cool.
I mean, I would imagine that Prime 4,
Excuse me, sir, could you get out of the way? I need to go in there.
Can you just push him through the door? I know you can't actually go through the door, but...
I could have just gone around him, but, you know, it was funny. Speaking of enemies and doors, by the way, I don't know if this is true for all enemies, but I know it's certainly true for Metroids. And it's a meme that's come up in some of my randomizer runs in the past. If a Metroid of any kind touches a door or a doorway, it will immediately die.
I know they can't get through the door.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. I know if they do get through the door, they immediately die. But I don't know. I've seen Metroids like swarming at the door, waiting for me, like with the door open, and they're just like they're like they want to get through, and they're not exploding.
They will get close enough, but not touch it. But if you happen to stand in a doorway, if a doorway is open and you stand on the side of it that has the Metroids, and you get one to lunge at you, and you back away through the door, as soon as it touches that field, it'll die.
Samus is doing her best impression of I have the power kind of thing.
Yep.
I mean, she does have the power. She's literally restoring the power.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We have given the power back to Aegon Wastes, and now the temple is restored.
Maybe slightly more accurately, the energy. But
yeah. I didn't want to say the word
energy. It is an energy or power transfer.
Yeah.
And yeah, you get this the subtle improvement in the environment. Everything now when you're in these areas is a bit brighter. There is actually a visual effect that is accomplished after.
Yeah. What if I told you
each area
that this room where Umos is at that we're seeing right now is actually in Aegon Waste?
That would make sense. That this room probably has to exist in each of the environments for this cutscene purpose.
You're right. A version of that great temple room with the main energy controller exists in each of the three main areas because of these cutscenes. It doesn't actually show the proper room that's at the Great Temple because they would have to swap the entire area map in order to show that. So instead it was a lot easier to just render another version of it on the Aegon map that is just normally inaccessible.
And I assume they do the same with Torvus and Sanctuary.
Yes. You probably know, if you've watched any kind of speedruns, that one, you don't actually need to return the Aegon energy in order to complete the game, and two, you don't actually need to get the Torvus energy at all in order to complete the game. Those things are not a requirement in order to move forward.
Yeah, but for me to feel good about actually helping the Luminoth here, I feel like I have to actually properly, solve their world and not just leave.
Yeah, I mean,
up to 2/3 of the energy still in the Dark World.
I missed a thing. I meant to go do this. There's another energy tank I can
That just
grab.
seems like, I don't know if Samus has been hired for this job or whatever, but Like that's a pretty shoddy workmanship.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it also requires going out of bounds in order to skip that, so not something that most players would run into. But I did forget one thing. There's an energy tank over here that I want to grab. I very nearly forgot to do this. This is one of the few times that I do want to go out of my way for something. Damn it.
This is definitely a puzzle that is made much easier by the spring ball.
It sure is. Spring ball is a thing that you can add into the randomizers, by the way, just to make things a lot easier for players. You
Really? Okay, so it was that easy to program that even a third party could do it.
Yep. Well, basically all you do is you cause an interaction which is basically the same as a bomb jump, but without needing a bomb. And typically, I think the default binding for it is C up, or like up on the C stick while in morph ball mode.
It is sometimes fun just to like hold the button down and just see how many times Samus can spring in a little tight area. It gets a little glitchy sometimes. But what a good quality of life improvement from original motion controls. And yeah, now it's when they ported that for example to the remastered version, and you don't use motion controls. It's just a button mapping now.
Mm-hmm. Yep, really nice. And yeah, that's cool, Kurenai. I hope you enjoy Spiritfarer. I co-commed with Tom on an LP of that game, so if anyone would like to check that out, do that. Yeah, it's definitely an emotional game, and it is a little bit too long, or I imagine Tom probably would have included it in the marathon. Aside from the fact that we also had the recent, stream LP of it in the past few years. So at this point in the run, I'm going to start.
Off to Torvus.
We're off to the main temple first, which we don't need to do, but it's nice to update Umos.
No, actually, I think you do need to. I think you do need to talk to Umos.
Nope, you don't actually get anything from him. The gateway that leads to Torvus is Amber.
I thought it didn't block. I thought it didn't let you go to the next area until you did.
No, you can go straight there because you have the translator to get through the gates. Because they're blocked off by the Amber gates. Let's go ahead and open that, even though we're not going to do anything with it for a while.
It stays open?
It stays open, yeah. I could grab a missile expansion through the portal that's behind there, but it's not important, and it would actually mess up my percentage. That would be one that I did not grab in my route, so that would screw up getting the nice percentage at the end of the game. What I was going to say, actually, is at this point in the game, I'm going to start skipping some of the elevator cutscenes because they are all basically the same. See if I can get this. It's just sort of a faster way to grab this item. That you don't have to go through the morph ball track, you can just kind of slope jump up there.
Huh. And that's a very easy to miss expansion too.
Yep. Well, I mean, if you're paying attention, you would see the morph ball track kind of off to the side, and know that you need bombs to get up there, or spring jump, which come with bombs.
It's just not a hallway you come through very often.
No. I mean, you have to go through it at least twice, assuming that you come back to speak to Umos.
Yeah, I think when I was playing through in the last few months and trying to get my 100%, I think that was one of the like couple missile expansions I couldn't figure out for a little while.
Yeah. Every item, including expansions, gives off a subtle noise when you are near it, so you can always use that to try to search for stuff, but if you don't have your game audio high enough, yeah.
And you have to be in the right room. The problem is where you have like 99% complete and you just don't know what one missile expansion, you've missed.
I wonder if this is going to activate some memories for people, but this is one game that I printed out a guide for from Game FAQs. I printed out a guide for this game, and my dad was very upset. Well, I won't say he was very upset, but he was kind of upset at me because it used like 80 pages or something.
Yeah, Spar, what do you think? Paper comes from trees and grows on trees or something? They're crazy like that?
Yeah, maybe not the smartest thing I've ever done. I also printed one out for Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, which, for whatever reason, I'm talking about quite a bit in this marathon. That was actually one game that I was considering running, is Sands of Time, but the volume balancing in that game is worse. Much, much worse than it was for Naruto Ultimate Ninja 3, and I talked about that enough that you know how bad that was. There are just times in all three of the Prince of Persia games. Actually, I don't know about Warrior Within. That one might have had subtitles.
Why are Bombus here, and why are they not called Bombus?
I don't know.
Like that's I don't understand. They seem identical, yet they've called them something completely different, and they're native to a different planet.
Yeah, I don't really know what that's about. As for why I couldn't...
Maybe there are things that space pirates bring with them? I don't know. This isn't anywhere near space pirate like areas.
No, I guess it's not. They might be a Luminoth thing, which might explain why they're different. As for why I printed out the whole thing instead of just the part that I needed, I printed out the 100% guide, and I was using it to get 100% on the game.
It was nice of them in 3 to have the room, like the observatory room, where it'll just show you what rooms you haven't got the stuff in.
Yeah, it actually shows you where the items are. It's a thing, again, that is in the randomizers to show you where the items are at, which is very nice. I wish it could be added into the game properly.
Right. So now we're starting the kind of complicated process of getting into Torvis, because someone didn't give us super missiles and told us to get here.
Someone did give us space jump and a slope jump, so we can actually skip that whole puzzle that's on the other side of that room.
So yeah, skip the entire the getting on the cart thing and then getting back on the cart thing.
Yep. Yeah, because you can just slope jump right up there.
Those space pirates just run away.
And oh, I did not kill this one in time, so it got possessed. Let me get a little bit more ammo here. I did not refill my ammo after fighting a Morbus, so I was a bit low on light ammo. Yeah, they eventually did rename ghetto jumps to slope jumps for pretty obvious reasons, I would imagine. Let's go ahead.
So it's a far more descriptive name as well.
Yeah, this is true.
We'll get it a bit more as well. Just immediately like, oh, I get it. You're using the slope to your advantage.
Mm-hmm. I got pushed out of the way by this block moving.
This is definitely one of the, like, from a casual playthrough perspective, this is definitely one of the more, like, confusing parts of the game where you're trying to, you're like, I need to get in here, but, like, none of these doors will let me.
Yes.
And then when the game then shortly requires you to leave and go through these doors for real, it's not super clear about that either.
Mm-hmm.
Which is where the hint system does come in handy for a casual playthrough. Because eventually it'll just be like, hey, you actually need to not be in here anymore.
Yeah.
You got the super missiles, now you gotta go use the super missiles somewhere else. Think about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's something that I was going to say earlier, but I don't think I ever got around to it when we were talking about the Varia suit, is that it has a grittier look to it to match with sort of the gritty,
Yeah.
dark world of Ether and Dark Ether, which I think is nice. Various Suit is sadly gone and won't be returning until the end of the game. The very, very final cutscene, though. Well, actually, not even the final cutscene. We get it back before that, but basically that.
Yeah, though they should definitely, if they aren't already working on it, I really hope they are. But yeah, they should make a remastered Metroid Prime 2 as well.
And 3. Go for it.
3 needs it definitely less so than 2 does, but
I would say in terms of visuals, it needs it less, but in terms of mechanics and controls, I think it would probably benefit from being updated. I'm not entirely sure how they could adapt a game that was made specifically for pointer controls into the gyro.
Well, the pointer control, that's probably not that big a deal unless some of the fights are just kind of balanced incorrectly for having a control scheme like this. But the reality is they could not have the GameCube style controls. They could have the dual joystick shooter version that they have in the mastered, and not necessarily go all the way back to the GameCube style controls for Prime 3. But you still have to sort out how you're dealing with stuff like the it's not the grapple hook, but the grapple lasso, and some of the other
grapple voltage.
Yeah, the other motion control stuff that they've got. But clearly, Prime Hack shows you can do it. But that's and having access to the source code and being able to modify the game more directly would allow you to do a much cleaner job of redoing some of that stuff. But I would be happy. I would personally be happy if they just remastered 2 and re-released 3. It would be. I mean, I would certainly be happier if they remastered all of them and put out Prime 4.
See, the problem with that, Gold Member, is that the motion controls that the Switch controllers and Joy-Cons have are fundamentally different than what the Wiimote is. Because the Wiimote is an infrared pointer, which is not present on any Switch controller. All they have is gyro.
Yeah, but the gyro works fine. You can use that for point controls. Yeah. I think if you actually if they did Prime 3 and they didn't redo the controls in such a way to find a way to do it without motion controls, I could see them just requiring you to use the pointer controls version or the gyro control version. That is an option in remastered.
Yes. Also,
right now,
Scan Dash. Don't have to move the bridge.
Oh, I was about to say we're about to move this bridge and it'll never move back.
Nope, we're not going to move it at all. Because anytime I need to go over there, I can just Scan Dash.
Scan dashing is the one that got left over after they fixed lock dashing in like some of the early versions of Prime 1.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I remember I had Prime 1 originally, and then I don't remember what happened to it, but I eventually ended up with the Player's Choice version instead, and that one didn't have some of the speedrun tricks that worked before in it anymore.
Another
Scan Dash. I was a little bummed by that. At the time.
Yeah, so they took out Scan Dashing by making it so you can't dash while scanning, and the scan visor is just completely disabled. And they also lowered the distance and speed that Samus gets when dashing. Took out both pirates that were there.
Wow.
And the entire skiff.
Yeah. Often those guys get away, but not that time.
Yep. Yeah, so a charged light shot, if you hit all 5 shots of it, takes out the skiff instantly. I assume a charged dark shot would also do it, but, you know, ammo, you're probably using dark shots more for the regular pirates, since they are weak to them. I've never had 2 get this close together. They usually stay spread out pretty well. Yeah, I knew that you could get the space jump early in Prime 1 trilogy version, but it was really odd. I didn't know if it was possible in remastered, but I assume it still is.
Yeah, there's at least a couple tricks one or two tricks that still work to get base jump early.
Hmm.
But the last run that I saw didn't do it, or they waited until they got bombs and did it the bomb way instead. Maybe because it's far more reliable, I think.
Yeah. And so now we have super missiles, which are quite good, actually. And I would say a little bit more important than they are in Prime 1 in terms of opening things, because we have doors for super missiles now. Whereas in Prime 1, it was just a couple of things that you needed to break, and only one was required. Wow, that person is really late. We have physical therapy coming to work with my mom, and they were supposed to be here a while ago, and they just got here now.
You talk about super missiles being unimportant in Prime 1, but like, and I guess you're right about the how much you're forced to use them, but once you realize how good they are, like, you use them so much.
Yeah.
They are such a core thing that gets used more than almost anything else. They kill elite pirates, omega pirates,
They take out the...
literally anything. Metroids.
Yeah, they take out the pirates that are only vulnerable to power beam. Actually, the elite pirates you can take out easier with a trick where you sort of strafe around them slowly and do rapid fire missiles, but that doesn't work as well in some versions, and if you don't know to do that, then yeah, super missiles are a good option.
3 super missiles and it's done. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Hyper missiles are a thing in Prime 3, actually, Goldmember, but maybe we can have...
They they don't live up to the name, though.
No, they don't. Most of the hyper powers, aside from hyper mode itself, are pretty underwhelming. Which
the morph ball one has the morph ball, the hyper ball like electric thing is situationally very useful, but very situationally.
Yeah. Super missiles are actually not in Prime 3. It's one of the only games that don't have them, I'm pretty sure.
Because you get ice missiles and kind of instead, or...
Yeah, which is kind of...
Prime 3 definitely does things a bit differently.
I don't like ice missiles because it means you can't freeze something and then break it with a missile, because the ice missile just refreezes them. So that's kind of lame. On the other hand, you do get the X-ray Nova Beam kill later on that you can do.
That's pretty good. Nice free energy tank there.
Yep. I waited until I came back through that room to get that, because I knew I had to come down here.
Yeah, nice routing optimization. And if I remember correctly, is it time to leave Torvis?
Not just yet. We have to get the boost ball. Because we need boost ball to unlock the next item that we need back in Temple Grounds.
That's right.
Does Prime take place after the game where Samus has Metroid DNA? I don't know much about the timeline stuff.
Metroid, okay, timeline-wise. From my understanding, all of the Prime games, at least the ones to date, take place between Metroid 1 and Metroid 2. So this is like Metroid 1. Like, you could call this Metroid 1.2, if you will. With Metroid Prime being 1.1 by that definition, and Prime being 1.3. Again, by some arbitrary numbering definition. But yeah, timeline-wise, before Metroid 2, Metroids are not have not been massively genocided on their home planet yet.
And so that was showing off back there the fact that the Dark Beam can freeze enemies and then you fire a missile to just explode them. I understand that entire concept a little better with the Ice Beam. I don't really know how the Dark Beam freezes the same way for it to work that way, but I guess we don't have to question it.
Dark energy has a I never thought, I didn't think of it more as like a as like a cold thing. I always thought of it more of like a kind of like a goopy thing that then like solidifies and like locks you in place, rather than it being like actively cold and stuff. But then, you know, the shattering aspect of it still, it's a little questionable there. So I don't know. Dark energy, darkness, the power of darkness.
Have I missed an energy tank somewhere? I don't think I have. I feel like I should have one more energy tank before going to this fight, but this is what I'm going to have for it. Hopefully I do not die on Boost Guardian, because it is a possibility. Boost Guardian is a tough fight just because of how much damage it does in its Morph Ball mode.
So I recall I was getting ready for the Metroid Prime 2 charity marathon years ago for the, I think it was the Super Nintendo-thon,
it was the first Nintendo-thon, yeah.
The Nintendo-thon, yeah, it was the first Nintendo-thon. And I was practicing this, and I was fighting this, the Boost Guardian, and someone very prominent from the speedrunning community came into my chat and told me to use a power bomb, and I'm like, that's very friendly, thank you. That's very helpful, thank you.
Yes, Boost Guardian does die to power bombs if you hit it right. There are times when you try to do a power bomb and he's just like, no, I want to be invulnerable. And boy, he does a lot of damage.
Metroid pinball time!
Yes. He does a lot of damage, and you're permanently in Dark World. There's no light zones.
There's no light. But the one saving benefit is that those 4 pillars that are there, if he breaks them, they do release gold 100 health. So if you start to get low, if you can try and kind of bait him into breaking the pillars, there's an extra 400 energy on the stage.
Yes.
There.
Fun fact, if you come here with Boost Ball and the randomizer, you can break those yourself. Oh, he broke one. Good. I was actually starting to run a little bit low on health. You can actually force him into his goop form early if you hit him with bombs, but that's kind of hard.
He also just takes way too many bombs to force back into the other form. It's just way too many. This is definitely one of the most stressful fights of this game.
It sure is.
Even going on and knowing exactly what you're doing.
That was an incredibly smooth run.
That was a very good fight.
Wow. That was... I am really impressed with myself for that one. I'm gonna give myself a pat on the back.
You actually did a ton of damage up front. Like, you got him to half health, like, before he did anything, basically. I think that early lead you took there, you know, really made a big difference later on.
So, I watched a randomizer run last night, or I was watching one. One of the items that you can add in the randomizer is the multiplayer item Double Damage that you can only get in multiplayer mode. It's something that can be added into the randomizer. With Double Damage and the Sunburst, which is the missile combo for the light beam, his entire health bar was instantly deleted, and he didn't even do the animation of, you know, burning up like some Ing do when they get hit by light ammo. He just disappeared. He was gone. Just instantly gone.
Once again, just deleted from the game.
Yeah. It was actually really interesting to see. Nice lag there. Wow, I don't understand why things are lagging, considering I'm playing this technically on console because I'm on my Wii U through Homebrew. I don't understand why it's lagging.
Is this running off the disc?
No, like I said, this is through Homebrew.
Okay.
So I have it injected as the Wii U basically thinks this is a virtual console game.
I have noticed some of the doors have still had some notable loading times.
Yes.
Most of them have been pretty good though.
I mean, it's basically the Wii U emulating a GameCube, so it's still going to be pretty much the same load times as that.
Yeah, when I used Dolphin, I checked the box to say no. I don't need you to pretend to have a GameCube disk drive and the read speed that goes along with it. You can pretend to be faster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm not sure if that setting is legal for the randomizer races and such, but
I can see how it wouldn't be.
if you're not participating in those, I don't imagine you would care.
I think this is something that only happened in Prime 1 for it, but maybe it happened in Prime 2. But I think sometimes the music doesn't load properly when you have that on.
Okay.
Like you'll enter a room and the music is supposed to transition, but I guess it loads it too fast or maybe in the wrong order or something. And,
Yeah.
And yeah, it just is you just kind of realize, it's been quiet for a little while, and then it's that way until the next music transition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense.
The only downside that I can think of to that. And the remastered load times on Switch are very good too.
Shout out to Crocus. Only room where that enemy appears.
Oh yeah. Is it a missable scan, or can you come back here and
it's
get him
always there.
anytime? Okay.
I just scanned it for the meme. No, I don't want to do that puzzle, actually. I'm good. And now we leave Torvus. Because we need seeker missiles in order to get to Lower Torvus. Well, not in order to get there, but in order to do anything there.
Yeah, you can do a couple of things in Lower Torvus.
Not really. You can get there, you can fall in the water,
wow, holy.
realize that you need seekers, and then come back.
This is the second time this has happened now, so I've just got the OST for the game on in the background here.
Mm-hmm.
And right as I said, Lower Torvus, it started playing Lower Torvus.
Yeah.
Which also means for the first time, Spar, you are behind OST pace.
Fair enough. And the OST is like 2.5 minutes per song for most of them. And then others will go on for like 8 minutes.
Yeah, this Torvus Catacombs, 9 minutes. So you got some time to catch up. And Lower Torvus always, I always dreaded having to be in Lower Torvus.
Yeah.
Especially before the gravity boost, it's just water. They really did an amazing job of making water movement feel
Terrible.
like something they made it feel so. I don't want to say bad because they made it it's a good implementation of not wanting to have to deal with it.
Yes.
It's the combination of the movement and the way that it obscures your vision. And then when you get the gravity suit, the thing that they talk about how, you can freely move through water now, but they don't talk about how it also basically makes your vision 3 times better. And I think the same thing happens with the gravity boost in this game.
Hopefully I remember this puzzle correctly. I'm thinking I've got the numbers right.
I think it's as simple as just make it all glow.
Yeah.
I don't think it's actually any more complicated than that.
Yeah, nice. I knew it.
It looks way more complicated, but yeah.
1132 is the answer for that one. 1 boost on the first spinner, 1 boost, 1 boost, 3 boost, 2 boost. That's how you do it. You can kind of stumble upon it by just doing,
Yeah, there is a
random
trick to it.
ones.
I think if you either start from the inside or the outside, and you make that one light up, then all the rest of them will, like, there's only one way that you can then otherwise do it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's about just starting the puzzle right.
Mm-hmm.
Is the trick to this one.
Yep, and now we have
So
Seeker
Seeker Missile,
Missiles.
one of the glitchiest game mechanics in all of Metroid Prime.
Yeah, they just kind of don't work sometimes. The one that I'm most likely to miss is the one in Lower Torvus that you would generally, run into first. If you go to Lower Torvus before getting Seekers, then you would find that. They do work great in Dread because they operate almost completely differently. As we're going to the ship because I want to save and refill my ammo. And it activates that block for later as well.
How much repaired is it? That's the other thing, is that Samus doesn't have a choice here. She crash landed on this planet because the Dark Aether storm in the atmosphere damaged the ship, and now it's auto repairing through the entire game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's
And
actually
if you scan the ship, I think it will tell you approximately how repaired it is, which I think generally correlates with how far into the game you are.
Mm-hmm. I think there's one scan for the logbook for the ship, and then there's one more later on, which is not part of the logbook, but does explain that the ship is basically mostly repaired. And on our way back to Torvus now. There is an energy tank just like one room away from here, but I kind of can't really get it. If I were better at scan dashing and stuff like that, I could maybe get it, but I'm just not good enough to do the kind of dash that's needed. So I have to wait until I have the grapple beam.
I hate those wasps so much that I can't help myself but to destroy their nest every single time.
Yep, I was like that when I was younger. The randomizers definitely got that out of me. But I will say that it is almost certain to me that my phobia of bees and wasps in general was either started by or definitely not helped by the war wasps in these games.
I am in complete agreement with everything you just said.
Oh, by the way, there's a Grinchler in here now. I don't care.
Which are the thunder versions of the ice monsters, the Sheegoths?
Yeah, they're kind of like the baby Sheegoths, that they have a shield on their back, and as you said, they kind of launch thunder for some reason. They can launch lightning attacks at you.
I mean, they definitely took the things from Metroid Prime and made another game with the things from that game.
I'm pretty sure the development time for Prime 2 was like a year, since from the end of Prime 1. So, not surprising that a lot of things were reused, and honestly, knowing that fact, this game is ridiculously impressive, if you know that.
I think it was at least a couple of years, but yeah, it definitely was a shorter development time.
So this is the one Seeker lock that I find fails more often than not, and luckily this time it did not.
Okay. I was wondering if you were somehow gonna get away with not extending the platform.
Oh god. Okay. Well, I kind of got jump scared by the flog. Blog is the name.
Blogged.
Yeah.
Blogged by the blog.
Let's see.
I mean, those... Yeah.
Sometimes.
But yeah, you usually come in a casual run. You kind of come through here, and you get down here, and you're like, ah, cool. I did this thing. I extended this platform, and I. Oh.
Yeah.
Now what? Now I'm stuck. Oh, we got the. Oh, you got here faster.
Yeah, you can
You
get there
got here
faster.
faster than Dark Samus.
Yeah. And the door's not active until the light goes through it.
And I guess that's the first sign that we directly see that Dark Samus has somehow survived, and then we get a maniacal laugh here, and then it's like, you know what? Actually, you know what? I liked being particles of Phazon instead of a physical form. So bye.
Come on. There you go. This is another room that can be really weird with the randomizer. Because if you already have the gravity boost by the time you come here with the randomizer, you don't need to use the spinner to get to the other rooms. But you do need to activate the spinner in order to move the statue, and there's an item behind it. So fortunately, you're never in a situation where you're going to miss out on that item, but it can be kind of strange. Because you have to defeat the enemies in order for the spinner to become active. And I think if you change layers, then that's still true. You just defeat different enemies.
Good to see Shadow Reaper in the chat from the HPOC community.
Shadow Reaper's been around HFC for a while as well.
Oh,
So
okay.
nice.
I know
nice
him
crossover.
from my own community.
Yeah, so yeah, nice crossover. Come on, jump. There we go. Sometimes when you're underwater and you're trying to press up against the platform as you're jumping, Samus will just stop.
Underwater movement in this game without without the gravity boost.
You can make it up there with your double jump even underwater, but sometimes when you're pressing up against the platform, she just stops anyway. It's odd. Anyway, this is the second one of these things. And now... Oh, cool. I actually got the timing on that. So, yeah.
Yes, you kill
the
the baby blog.
The lever kills it automatically. And now, since we have done 2 of those, I am going to go save.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good... Yeah, you don't want
to... Once you activate the third one, that launcher is actually inaccessible.
Yeah, and there is no save, and if you die in the next fight, which you probably won't, but you lose a lot of progress. I can speak from experience.
I had that happen in a practice run. This is actually the second of 2 points in the game that I could reasonably die. The first being Boost Guardian, which I handled extremely well, if I say so myself. So
this might actually be the worst fight in the game coming up.
It's really bad. I still hate Jump Guardian more, but it is also pretty bad. I actually can't take that room because the connector to the light beam room is Annihilator, so I can't go that way. I've got to go back into this room. Yes, the Dark Alpha Blog is the one we're heading towards. It's not one of my favorite boss fights.
And especially if you don't like it, this is a casual run killer as well. Because you don't know this fight's coming up. You especially after you do that last lock and you get locked out of the save room effectively. Then you can move on. You do a bunch of other exploration, and yeah, you reach your way to down there, and you know, like the Matrix. It's hard. It's really hard to make that your first jump.
I can definitely believe that, Foretold. It's a really, really rough boss fight if you're not ready for it, and the game kind of does everything in its power to make you not ready for it.
Yeah, this sequence in this game right now is probably the worst part of it of its design right now. Just the way that the way the save rooms and stuff are laid out here. It's just this is the one place that they've been a bit unforgiving.
Yeah. Lower Torvus is probably my least favorite part of the game for a lot of reasons. I don't particularly like either of the bosses that are here. The items are probably not some of my favorite because Grapple Beam is Grapple Beam. It's pretty basic. It doesn't really do anything special in this game. And there's also this room, which I hate for a very specific reason, and that reason has to do with the randomizer. There is an item in this room up there somewhere. It's behind a force field, and there's a really, not really complex, but long and tedious puzzle in order to access it. In the vanilla game, it's just a missile, and that's a lot to go through for just a missile. It requires boost ball, spider ball, and power bombs in order to get it normally. That's a lot for just a missile. This is our first run-in with the Dark Pirate Commandos, which are not too much more threatening than the regular Dark Pirates, because you can just Dark Beam freeze and then shoot a missile at them.
Yep. And also, like the other ones, if you do happen to get them to stand in a light beacon, if you use the light beam on that, you will instantly kill them still.
Yes. The distinction, though...
They're a little bit harder to actually get that to happen, though.
The distinction, though, is that they are not attracted to beacons empowered by the Annihilator beam. So you can't do that. Fun fact, by the way, that little crystal that's right there to deactivate that force field, typically you need to hit it with the Dark Beam from the other side. It's vulnerable to screw attack. The dark crystals that were back in Aegon, in the room where we fought Dark Samus, those crystals are also vulnerable to screw attack, and they will activate if you hit them with a screw attack. And you can actually hit that particular one from the opposite side. So it makes a faster way through there if you happen to have screw attack through, speedrunning or the randomizer. Screw attack is like one of the best utilizations of the entire game. It has so many uses in such just really impressive ways. Because it's also one of the best damaging things you can do for quite a number of fights. Once you have it, at least.
It's a lot more versatile than it appears.
Yes, it is. Fun fact, I did not understand at all how the screw attack worked the first time I played this game. I did not understand that I needed to keep pressing jump in order to
it takes some people time to learn when it tells you, like, when it gives you like a do this and then this to screw attack, it's like, well, there's actually more to it than that. It's like there's a timing, there's a rhythm, there's a maximum number of jumps, there's a number. I think it actually might touch on that, but it doesn't talk about the rhythm at all.
Yeah,
and there's definitely a rhythm.
Yeah, that was the problem that I had as well. Because I made it out of the room where you get screw attack, and then the next room you need to use it again to get back across, and I got stuck there for quite a while until I figured it out. By the way, you can scan the normal alpha block before it becomes possessed. Had trouble thinking of the word.
I think that's one of the scans I missed on my I was trying to go for 100% scans, and I think I missed alpha blog. I was like, what do you mean? When was I supposed to scan that? And that's exactly when you're supposed to do it. Also, this is the best reload station in the game.
Yeah. Aside from the ones that are actually reload stations, it is pretty nice.
I don't know. This is way faster. There's no animation. Just shit them a bunch with whatever you need.
If you fire a charged Annihilator shot into a group of those enemies, it spawns dozens of ammo drops for both beams.
No gravity suit makes me sad, but it still's cool.
So, we had a really weird thing that happened where the game crashed when I tried to pick up Gravity Boost the first time. But we're back now, and you didn't really miss very much. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense that Samus does not have the gravity suit from Prime 1 when you think about it. Because she really should.
Here's the secret, Spar. Don't think about it. Samus came here. She thought, I don't need this planet. No planet has water on it. No one goes in water.
All right, not doing well so far. All right, got one hit in.
I guess Samus just doesn't think she looks good in purple.
That should have been way too early, but it worked, so I'm not going to complain.
No, yeah, that was a good shot. Yeah, this fight can be very finicky.
Yeah.
Bar's actually doing a very good job here so far.
It's kind of hard to dodge his attacks. You have to dodge way earlier than expected. That was once again a pretty smooth run. The two things that I really thought was possible for me to die on went just about as well as I could have expected. This is another case where in the randomizer, if you have gravity boost when you come here, you can leave without fighting Alpha Blog by doing a bomb space jump and then using the gravity boost the rest of the way. Can we get up here, please? I'm hitting my head against something. Oh, right, no, I need to gravity boost to get up the rest of the way. Duh. Trying to play and talk at the same time is hard. You can bomb space jump in order to gravity boost high enough to get out, because normally you would not be able to get out until that fan is moved back after the end of the fight. But with the BSJ, you can get high enough to get out. If you do not pick up the item that is there, the center pillar stays in place and the boss doesn't activate. So if you have gravity boost, you can actually stand on part of that pillar and get out that way. But obviously, if you grab the item, the boss activates and he destroys the pillar, and you need that to get out. So.
Yep.
So now we want to go back through the dark beam door. And so now that we have the gravity boost, not only do we move normally in water, we have the boost effect that lets us float upwards.
Yeah, triple, like super triple jump, underwater at least.
Yeah, it's like a triple jump kind of thing. And we can also see clearly now. The rain is gone. By the way, you can get into and out of that cage without lowering it. Getting into it is kind of tough without screw attack, though. But for getting out of it, there's actually an opening in the bottom left corner of it.
Morph ball?
Actually, you just kind of slide right through. In this area right here, there's like a small opening right there. I'm pretty sure you just fall directly through it, which is kind of funny. Again, randomizer things if you happen to get there without lowering the cage. So now we have the dark Grinchlers, which are just Grinchlers but dark. They don't really have anything other than increased health, as far as I know. There's actually a way to get up to the boss fight at the top of that room with screw attack, but since I don't have it, I can't do that. But you could see the screen shaking from something stomping around above us up there, which is going to be our next boss and item pickup.
Yeah. We're getting this missile expansion, I assume?
Yes, because it's pretty easy to grab.
Very easy to miss?
Very easy to miss, yeah. These are the kind of things that, you know, is why I printed out that guide when I was younger, because I needed it to find most of those things.
You know, you do play enough Metroid, like, if you get to these games, even if you don't specifically remember that there was an expansion there, you just get this feeling like, this is too complicated for there not to be, like, something extra in here.
And I'm not sure how...
My Metrovania sense is tingling.
Oh, these are normal Dark Pirates.
Did he just freeze and then fall off?
I think he did, yeah. He was like on the edge of this platform, so I guess he was close enough that he fell.
He had momentum enough that he was moving when he got frozen.
Yeah. That was kind of interesting. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah,
before.
I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've seen that specific interaction before.
Q1 for the marathon. That's never happened before, even though it's not a GDQ. Let's see. I think I have to go down here and use the launcher, which is here in the Dark World.
Yep. This room is very... I get very confused by this room for, like, the dark version of this room for reasons. Like, it seems far more complicated than it needs to be.
It's because of the
weird grapple thing they kind of force you through.
Well, you have the grapple beam points, which is how you get through it easier once you have the grapple beam. But it's this hallway thing that you have to move around that I find to be more confusing than anything else. Obviously, randomizer means this room is pretty easy if you have grapple or screw attack when you get here. You can also scan dash across, I'm pretty sure, but again, I'm honestly kind of terrible at scan dashing, so most of them I tend not to do. And this is the Grapple Guardian, which was a really tough boss fight for me when I was younger, and now is not. It's also one of the only bosses that you kind of need to scan, because if you don't scan him, you cannot stun him by shooting at that one little thing.
Yeah, it's one of the... Yeah. There are other bosses in Metroid Prime, Metroid Prime 2 that have weak points exposed by scanning, but yeah, I think this is maybe one of the only ones that you kind of really have to.
The main boss of Dark Torvus has another one with a weak point that you have to fire at you have to scan to be able to access. And done. That was Grapple Guardian.
Again, a very clean fight.
Mm-hmm.
Your Guardian fights have been going very, very smoothly.
Am I standing in the right spot? Yes, I am. Directly into the item cutscene.
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, it's one of the few times that you can do that. And the room changes, and we will be back here. Because there's a key down in the water, but we can't go in the water right now.
Even if you could go in the water, you couldn't see it. I think the keys don't exist until you get the Dark Visor, right?
True. Technically they exist, but you can't do anything with them until you get the Dark Visor. And there's
How do you know they exist?
There's one
Is that
even.
just type code inspection?
Might be code inspection. There's one even that requires more than the Dark Visor. The one that's in Dark Oasis, in Dark Aegon, which is one of the rooms with the light portal near the Dark Samus fight room, where the ammo refill station was at. That room. Speaking of Dark Water, the flying ink cache that has the Sky Temple key doesn't spawn until you defeat the Power Bomb Guardian. For whatever reason, you need the Power Bomb to access it, according to the game, because you got to break down a wall. But the thing also just doesn't spawn until then. And hey Kai, yeah, I also like all the beams. I'd say Annihilator is my least favorite, just because you get it so late.
Yeah, I wish Annihilator was better.
Yeah. It's also generally, I mean, it's good in combat. It's just not that good.
It's not worth the double ammo consumption.
I would argue it is because of the rapid fire, but it really depends on what you're fighting. It's also really good for activating the light zones, as I mentioned before.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. So the one thing Annihilator beam amazing for, turning the crystals and beacons into the most powerful form.
Yeah. Death traps.
Also,
basically.
as a reminder to those playing this game and going for scans, you want to scan every single state that the beacon and the crystal can be in. That's unpowered, powered, light charged, Annihilator charged, dark covered as well. That's a state too. Don't forget about that one.
Yes, which there are some dark covered crystals that you find throughout the world, but I don't think you ever find a naturally occurring dark covered light beacon specifically.
No, I don't think so.
Which way do I want to go now? I need to get to this portal.
The seeker missile door here. This is ammo.
No, it's an
room,
elevator.
I think?
It's an elevator to Aegon.
Oh, it's an elevator that takes you to.
In
it's
the
one of the
Dark
shortcuts.
In the Dark World, that room is an ammo refill.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We have one more key to get before we fight the Torvus boss.
Right, which we can get now that we have grapple beam.
Yep. Which was probably
It's the first. I think it's the first key, like at least from a casual playthrough. It's the first key you see,
if you go to that
and
room,
you're like,
yeah.
how do I get that key? It's right here. I see it, but I don't know how to get to it.
Yeah.
And behind that translator door is a map room, which Spar has said he doesn't need.
Nope, I sure don't.
In fact, I don't know. You probably won't open the map ever.
I have opened the map a few times.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. So, are you backward? Are you doing like some kind of like grapple tech?
I was trying to swing backwards to get to this, yes. But bad. I'm gonna be really mad if I get like 70% because I picked up an extra item instead of getting 69. There's still Grinchlers here. I still don't care.
And you have to get an extra 6% to get the Samus outside the suit cutscene.
I ain't worried about that.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. I was kind of hopeful if the threshold was 70% that we'd have something else to look forward to in that case.
Yeah. Well, no, unfortunately.
I think it's 70% in Prime 1. I might be mistaken. It might be 75 there too.
Fortunately, we did not get the Dark Pirate Troopers. Now that we have defeated the Grapple Guardian, there is a chance that Dark Pirate Troopers, or Pirate Commandos rather, can spawn in certain rooms, and that's one of the rooms.
Just a chance though, huh?
Yes. aside from Torva's Grove, where they seem to appear all the time.
Oh, sorry, you're just talking about going back to super missiles. Can't forget Chozo Ghosts. Super good at taking out
True
ghosts.
Ah, the Huntering. Huntering knocked me down.
Huntering, the possibly most annoying designed enemy ever. Like that is the best thing you just did, is make a light beacon and hope to God it commits suicide on itself.
Either that or do what I also just did and just jump forward toward it with a charge shot.
Does that prevent it from phasing?
Usually it will hit it before it can phase out, yes.
Okay. They're a very frustrating enemy to deal with.
They are.
I think they are the most frustrating enemy, because there's no definitive, like, do this to deal with them, like, mechanism. There's a few, like, things that you can do to help. The only thing that really works, but this doesn't help you now, is the Annihilator Beam.
Yeah, and that
you use Annihilator Beam on one of these, it sucks them in.
This particular one in this room, for whatever reason,
yeah, he loves the light.
Goes to the light beacon even without the Annihilator Beam. Also, another beam ammo upgrade.
Yep. So that's we've got 3 now.
That's only our second one.
Sorry, 3 of our ammo chunks is what I mean.
Yeah. Because each one is 50 ammo, so we're at a max of 150.
Yep.
You can actually change in the randomizer how much ammo you get from anything. Missile expansions, power bomb expansions. You can change how much you get from how much the beams give you when you first obtain them. Even.
Can you randomize it?
I don't think so. I think it has to be set to a value. I don't think that can be randomized. So let's try this again. Not get knocked down this time. That was our final key, so thank you. Yep, tell us to get the keys. That's actually the final one of the normal temple keys we're going to be picking up in this run.
What? Oh, we're glitching our way into the sanctuary, are we?
We are going to sequence break our way into the Hive Temple.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah,
because I have mixed feelings about that, because anyway, we'll talk more about it. But the sanctuary is so beautiful.
Oh, I mean, we're not skipping anything in Sanctuary other than the keys. We're getting all the other items.
It just means we'll spend less time there. That's all That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, we're it's greatly appreciated, Kai. Thank you so much for spreading the word. Very understandable for people that can't donate. Spreading the word on Twitter and other social media and stuff like that is greatly helpful, so thank you so much. And there is an ammo refill over here, like I said earlier, just to top us up.
I mean, I was right. I just had the wrong dimension.
Yeah.
I have my XYZ right, just not my dimensional coordinate.
Yeah, you had the X, Y, and Z, but not the W. By the way, did you know that Samus moves faster on flat ground while holding L?
No, and I'm wondering if that's true in any version of the game that I would play these days, because I probably won't touch the GameCube version of this again.
I don't know if that's true in Trilogy or Remastered. Probably Remastered, depending on the control scheme.
But no, I've never heard that, actually. I feel like I've never even heard that in a speedrun context.
Yeah, it's possibly because it doesn't require Samus's model moving up and down as you're moving, which simulates walking. So yeah, while you're holding L, you do move a little bit faster. Kai pulling out the Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. I love the concept.
I have an XYZ Dragon Cannon.
I used to run that. That was the first deck I ever ran.
I don't have... You know what? Know what card I've never come across?
Mm-hmm.
A polymerization.
Wow, actually. There were... there were some in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Starter deck.
No.
I'm
Not
pretty
in
sure
any
there
starter. There was no polymerization in any starter deck that I had.
Mm.
At least not the initial ones.
I thought there was, but I might have been wrong. And so now we have the Chica larva, which, again, is actually a creature of the light world. This is not a dark creature, and so it takes more damage from the dark beam than the light beam.
Hmm. That's good to know.
Because when we get to the next phase of the fight, we have the adult Chica and the dark adult Chica.
There is like nothing in this game that foreshadows this particular boss in any way, shape, or form, is there?
I don't know.
Like you kind of you see the build up to the sandworm, right? You get the little worms, then you get the bigger fight with the bomb guardian, then you get the giant worms. It's like, okay, I get that. The blogs, you see the little blogs, you see the alpha blog, the dark blog, that all makes sense.
By the way,
where the fuck this thing come from?
Despite what I just said about it taking more damage from the dark beam, the light beam is actually much easier to hit it with in this phase.
Yeah, I never thought about using the dark beam here, so I think I used the light beam, and it does good damage.
Yeah,
and it's pretty easy to hit with. So
the ammo mechanic is a little tough to get used to at times, but honestly, for the most part, you probably won't ever have much of an issue with it as long as you're getting the ammo upgrades. If you don't know where theirs are,
would we have been able to pick up that ammo upgrade that you sequence broke to get?
Yes, we would have been able to get it shortly after getting the light beam.
Oh, okay. So we didn't get it all that early.
No. It does keep us from having to come back to that room, though.
Yeah, it's a cool trick. I mean, you see the game mechanics about the different states that the room could be in.
I definitely understand your feeling about the ammo, though, Kai. I will say, if you haven't actually played the game, then it does feel very differently when you're actually playing it than just thinking about it. And it kind of depends on really how good you are with the game. I hate to say that, but yeah, a lot of it really just comes down to, I don't want to say get good because I hate that phrase, but yeah, it really depends on how much time you spend fighting enemies as opposed to just moving. Because, as you probably noticed, I spend a lot of time avoiding fights when I can, which is going to conserve ammo in a lot of cases. So if you scan the Chica larva, it's the other enemy that has a weak point. You get this lock-on point down here, which you would not be able to lock onto if you don't scan it first. Yeah, I'm sorry, Cassidy. I don't know anything about that. You might want to try calling Sony or PlayStation support. Or if it's a problem with your card, then your bank, yeah. So, Mump, I have a question. You know how this fight works, right?
That thing really hard. Yeah, I mean, that evolved very quickly. I blame Phase 1.
This is actually a different creature. This is not the same thing that we just defeated.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you killed its child.
Yeah. Very easy to misunderstand that because I did the same thing when I was younger. But the question I want to ask is, you know how when you stun this thing, you have to destroy the things on its back?
Yes.
You fired seeker missiles. A lot of people did super missiles. You actually only need to fire 2 missiles at each one, so using Seekers is actually more expensive in terms of ammo.
It just seems clear. It seems clearly that they want you to use Seekers for this, though.
Yeah, I guess actually using Seekers is about the same thing, but it's just that.
But I mean, at the same time, like I've said at least indirectly before, when I play these games, I can't not pick up all the items.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna get everything I can. I'm gonna have so many missiles. I want to use my missiles. I'm done conserving missiles. I want to use everything I pick up. So, killing things as fast as possible, as cool as possible, is my priorities.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I love using the I wish the beam expand, like the black hole and the sunburst and the sonic boom. Good song, but not a good beam combination.
Yeah. So Dark Burst is generally better against.
Dark Burst is the best one.
Yeah, it's good against Dark Samus if you can hit her with it, or normal enemies if you can hit them with it. Sunburst is actually really, really good against some specific fights. Like I said, Boost Guardian is one where you can't get it before Boost Guardian in the vanilla game, but it is very effective in that fight. Also extremely effective against one of the phases of the final boss, actually. If you can hit with the Sunburst.
But everything except the flamethrower in Prime 1 is awesome.
Yeah.
The flamethrower is totally useless. Completely useless.
It is
Don't
just
use the
terrible. Wave Buster is also pretty...
It's really expensive to use, but it's really fun, and it gets the job done.
It is quite strong, and surprisingly, Flagra is actually vulnerable to the Wave Buster. You can damage him directly without having to use the bomb slots. Really interesting that you can do that. But yeah, Flamethrower is terrible. Ice Spreader is really good for...
Ice Spreader is my favorite in Prime 1 outside of Super Missile.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't call Super Missile my favorite. It's just, I mean, it's the best one. If you have to exclude Super Missile in the conversation.
Yeah.
This boss goes in and out of its light and dark phases, and it's just so much an easier fight to be in its dark phase. It's like, oh, you just want me to do massive damage to you right now? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, I believe you because I know you're based on research here and other people's opinions and stuff. But I'm not seeing the evidence that the Seeker Missile here is going or not using the Seeker Missile is going faster.
Yeah, I don't really know. This is just the way I've seen the runners do it, so maybe.
Yeah, and I'll trust that. I'm not doing the fight with you. You know, I'm not doing it on my side and going, hey, look, I'm using Seekers. It's going faster.
Maybe it's a case where the speedrun doesn't pick up Seeker missiles because you can skip them.
Oh,
and
that
so
I could believe.
They don't have them here. Or maybe it's just time from the randomizer doing this fight without Seeker
where
missiles.
you might not have them.
Yeah.
Maybe. Or maybe I'm just wrong and it actually is faster to do it this way too.
Well, it depends on if all 4 of the things on its back can break all at once.
I think they can.
Maybe next time I do this fight, I'll try it with Seekers, because you might be right. If all 4 of them can break at once, then that would actually make it a lot faster.
That's what I recall.
Yep, and the fight's done.
Yeah, the dark mode is.
Yeah.
You know, many of these bosses in this game are made stronger, more powerful, more resilient by the Ing possession. Not this time.
Yeah. Reminder that I'm pretty sure it's the dark version is vulnerable to Cannonball, so you can just instantly delete it if you touch it with Cannonball. Again, that's kind of a randomizer-only thing that you would do. Because even though you can get randomizer in the vanilla game, you're probably not going to bother with it on Chica. Just because it's very complicated to get and keep all the way here. Now we have the dark visor, which means we can see in the dark. I went the wrong way.
We can see the dark Aether is like, you shall not see these platforms.
It is kind of like the X-ray visor from Prime 1. It works sort of similar.
But it's powered by Xehanort. I mean, darkness.
I would honestly say it's kind of less and more utilized than the X-ray visor, because the X-ray visor also let you see through certain things, where this one does not. But instead of being able to see through certain things, you instead can see things that are sort of dimension warped and not in the same space as Samus. Like those platforms. Which you can stand on even without the visor. They do exist. Same with the...
So they're just invisible. They're just dark. They've been darkened.
Same with the platforms that you can only see with the X-ray visor in Prime 1. They are always there. So if you know where they are, you can stand on them without them.
At least those ones you can be like, they're cloaked platforms. I don't know why someone thought it was a good idea to cloak these platforms. Why that was worth investment, but...
I'm
anyway,
not sure.
We've stolen the dark energy, or
Yes.
I guess it's not dark energy, it's just energy.
It's light energy, actually, because it's the energy of the light version of the planet. But it's being used to power the dark world, which I'm going to be honest.
That's why I'm not sure I'm not sure the energy itself has a light and dark affinity. So,
logistics are weird.
I think it can be used for either. Like, in theory, if dark Aether could win, theoretically could win this war, right, and steal all the remaining energy, and then dark Aether would win, and then you wouldn't want a vacation there.
Yeah, I definitely thought that it was going to revive.
Resurrection does not seem likely.
Yeah. I definitely thought that the Chica was going to be revived because its body was just sitting there. But no, they actually tell you in the scan, this thing's not coming back, but thank you for being curious, basically.
Yep. No, the lore and the log messages and stuff are quite well written.
Come on, Samus. Okay, well, if the Huntering is going to walk directly up to me, then I guess I'm going to miss my shot because I'm an idiot. Anyway, let's just do the thing I wanted. How did that work? And I missed anyway.
Nice. Oh.
Yeah, I let go too late, so I didn't have any momentum. Okay, well, let's just do this the right way. Yeah, okay, so this is a thing that a lot of people probably don't think about. The point in the game in which Samus arrives, the Ing are literally 1 room away, 2 rooms away from Umos, from the main energy controller. If Samus had arrived, like crash landed like 10 minutes later, the light version of Ether probably would have been completely destroyed. Because they would have got the last of the energy.
I mean, I agree with the premise of it. I don't know if they're like 10 minutes away or if that's worth thinking about in the context of a video game, but yeah, they're potentially days away from winning. You know, they just have to break through the final defenses.
They were just a room away.
Well, they were possessing Alpha. They were possessing splinters in the other room. I think Umos could have dealt with the splinters.
Possibly. He was, as far as I know,
We've never
he wasn't
seen
a
the
fighter.
Luminoth actually fight, but there is evidence that they actually did fight a war for quite some time.
Yes. We don't know anything about Umos and his capabilities, though.
I believe that Umos would have been able to handle some dark splinters. They would have had to break through a little bit more than that. I don't think things were so dire that had Samus arrived 10 minutes later, it would have been over.
Also, this is one of the rooms where the Dark Commandos appear, and they lock the doors.
Yeah, and now that you have the Dark Visor, you can follow them. I mean, I hate how I've just realized this, truly, but they are the Chozo ghosts of this game.
They are.
At least they're easier to kill.
Both of those statements are true, because Chozo ghosts can be followed with the X-ray visor, which again, that just like more comparisons between the X-ray and Dark visors.
The Echo Visor, when we get there, like, it's cool, but I wish it had more use. But
Severely underutilized, not least of which is because you don't actually need to use it for anything. All the stuff is vulnerable whether it's active or not. Anything that you can hit with stuff that is visible with... okay, I take that back. Any of the receivers that you have to activate or destroy, like right after you get the Echo Visor and you come out into that room and there's a robot you have to destroy to unlock the door, you need the Echo Visor for that. Any of the puzzles where you need to hit things with the Annihilator Beam to unlock a door, you need the Echo Visor for that. Any of the receivers that are on the Quadraxis boss fight, you do not need the Echo Visor.
I knew that one.
They are vulnerable. Yeah. And any time that Dark Samus goes invisible, you can hit her without the Echo Visor, but it's just easier to use it.
Alright, so we have returned the light of Aether to Torvis. And actually looks kind of nice now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's still kind of
like
a swamp.
Aegon got like mildly better, but it's really like subtle. But Torvis actually becomes quite nice.
Yeah. Also, this room is in Torvis now. Same as before. They just needed a version of this room that's on the same map.
Can you out of bounds your way to that room?
I have absolutely no clue because I don't know how far away it is. Presumably it is quite far because I don't see it sitting on the distance. The way rooms work is they're not just sitting out there for you to get to. You have to transition the room to that one. Excuse me. That was not nice. I'm not going to explain what just happened, but okay. You have to transition the room, which typically requires a door, and if you're out of bounds, what happens is you just kind of jump on the door frame until it says you're in the other room. Quadraxis is a really cool boss fight. He becomes a lot less cool when you realize you don't need the keys in order to get to him, and also the fact that you don't need the Echo Visor to actually hit him, and there's just kind of other ways to do all the stuff that's required to beat him. But yeah, he's a pretty cool fight. I've never really noticed how much brighter some of these rooms are until you really mentioned how big the change is once the energy's returned.
Yeah. And like it's not raining anymore either, I think, right? Like I'm not sure like how heavily it's raining, but like it feels wetter. Retro Studios hates fish.
So come over here and grab this. If I recall correctly, we'll end this game at around 115 missiles. Something like that.
Okay.
And like I said, we're getting all 4 of the beam ammo expansions. I apologize for ads. For those of you that can hear me, there's an ad going on. Can't do anything about it. Twitch just kind of does that on its own. Also, people aren't missing anything because we're just backtracking.
Yeah,
the
timing could be worse. This is basically just pure backtracking at the moment.
Yeah,
in its pure sense.
Mm-hmm. I can get this energy tank that's over here now because I have the grapple beam, so I'm going to do that. I remember the first time I got here to this area, because it's the first water you encounter in the game, aside from some of the dark water and Dark Aegon. The first time I got there, I was so weirded out by the fact that I could not move around normally. First time I played this game, it was really strange. I let go too early. Is the ad break done now? Because I think it probably should be done. So yeah, since we're backtracking and there's not much going on, and the last marathon spiel you did was during a point in which it was not on the VOD, how about we tell the folks why we're here?
We're here to raise money for Child's Play, which is a charity that benefits children in hospitals, who helps them get video games and video game accessories for their stay in the hospital.
Yes. Once again, this is another one of the rooms where the Dark Pirates can spawn. Fortunately, they don't lock the doors this time, so no one cares. If they can teleport in, why don't they just teleport to where Yumos is? These are the questions I think about.
They don't have the right translator index to get through the door.
Yeah, I guess so. I wonder how many people had that problem, Hark, that they ran out of ammo and did not realize that you could charge the beam to fire a single shot when you're out of ammo. Because I don't think I knew that my first couple times playing.
People do tend to naturally figure that out. I have watched people play this game for the first time ever, and they definitely might not have fully understood what was happening and why, but they did stumble upon the fact that they did have access to still shoot it. They just didn't, it took them a while to figure out exactly what was happening.
Yeah. If you're out of ammo with one of the beams but not the other, you can still fire the Annihilator the same way. And I don't know if it uses up ammo for the beam that you still have some of.
I haven't thought about the Annihilator.
Yeah.
But I guess, yeah, you'd get the same thing.
Because in that randomizer run that I was watching last night, someone, the runner had Dark Beam, I think. And they also had Annihilator, but they did not have Light Beam. So they needed to charge shots in order to use the Annihilator, but charging to fire a single normal Annihilator bullet still does like a sixth of Dark Samus 1's health bar. It's actually surprising how much damage the Annihilator does to them. And finally, we can go back into this room and pay off something that I mentioned at the beginning of this run.
We can get the missile expansion.
Boost Ball destroys that rock. I don't know why.
You waited to get it until Boost Ball.
Well, I actually could not get back to it until I had the...
Oh, because of the translator,
the
right?
translator, yeah. I could have come back as soon as I got that, but I wasn't really anywhere near it. Yeah, that rock, like I said earlier, is vulnerable to bombs, power bombs, boost ball, and super missiles. The super missile one is especially strange. Because of that thing I mentioned earlier that when you have Cannonball, you are given Boost Ball, but it doesn't do damage. It doesn't have the hitbox of Boost Ball. Cannonball does not actually work on that thing. So that's a weird thing that happens if you happen to have Cannonball but not Boost Ball itself.
Another successful Seeker missile.
That one is usually pretty good. Honestly, I find that the one that's in Lower Torvus, that very first one, is usually the one that I happen to fail on the most. Most of the other ones do pretty fine.
We're not getting the missile expansion on top of the carrier.
Yeah, I honestly kind of forgot about that.
I guess we can't. I guess we can't if it's not in your route.
I'm going to get it anyway, because I'm pretty sure I get it. And if I end up being wrong, then oh well. It's really not that big of a problem. Excuse me.
It's a tough jump for some reason.
It's not a tough jump. I got hit. I got hit in the middle of it, and that knocked me back. It is a tough jump if you don't have space jump. Also, fun fact, this item doesn't spawn until you beat Jump Guardian.
I think I found that out accidentally, because I think I looked up here and I'm like, I don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't get yeah.
The randomizer has a message that pops up on screen, actually, if you have space jump as part of the randomizer, but haven't beaten Jump Guardian and you go up there, the randomizer actually shows a message on screen that says the thing won't spawn, to explain why it's not there. There's a few odd instances, as I've mentioned, where certain items are tied to certain bosses in ways that sort of make sense because the item is required to get there, the item that you get from that boss, but just having the item is not enough because you have to beat the boss itself.
Yeah, when I always started to get into the Sanctuary Fortress, and I remember coming through here the first time and going, "Wow, this is a cool area."
Yeah, this is really cool. I like Sanctuary.
This especially this like intro transition area as you come into it. It really does a good job of kind of leading you into it, and then you get this sequence.
Mm-hmm. And then the music kicks in. Ooh, it's good. I love the Sanctuary theme. And then the Sanctuary theme cuts out because pirates. Very sad.
Try to explode there's a lot of explosive barrels or crates around here, and I try to use those as much as possible in this fight.
Nice. I froze both of them with that shot. Oh, one more. I always forget about the guy that spawns on the bridge. And he hides behind the box.
And they actually they kind of get you from both sides. They spawn in behind you, and that's not something that you necessarily immediately notice, that you're taking cover, but you're still taking damage. That's because there's a guy behind you.
Yeah, but that guy, he took cover behind a box and then turned the wrong way. Because he turned to face the other way to fire on the bridge, which is you know, not the smartest thing. Let's use the light beam, see if I can get some ammo back here. These things can also do tons of damage if you let them.
Yeah, but they're fun to blow up. And then they drop a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like each segment is treated as like its own entity that can drop a thing. Are we just gonna ignore all the res bits?
Nope, just that one.
Okay. All right, I want to see your strategy for taking these out. So I've got my strategy, and I want to know what yours is.
I probably should have destroyed the head first.
I was gonna say you didn't take the head out first. That's not the right move from my point of view.
Nope, you are correct.
The head alone is so much more annoying than than the legs alone.
Fun fact, by the way. Is it that one? It might be that one. That particular quadruped enemy. If you destroy the head, and you do not have boost ball, you're kind of soft locked. Because once the head is destroyed, it won't do the spinning move that you can boost into it to stun it. So you're kind of screwed. I think also it might be if you don't have bombs as well. So
it's a randomizer only.
That's a randomizer only thing, of course. Yeah. I think when it's because when it has the head, it will do the spinning move that you can boost into it to stun, and it will also fire a laser in which the light on the bottom becomes vulnerable.
Yeah, the enemies in this area are really annoying to deal with until you figure out how you're supposed to deal with them. Once you learn Dark Beam, freeze them, and then shatter them like anything else, or pretty much.
Yeah.
Super easy to deal with. Do you have to do it in the right order?
Yes. One of the new features of the randomizer that was recently added was actually randomizing this order. So you actually have to check that thing.
It is not randomized, is it?
No.
Normally.
In the vanilla game, it is not randomized. It is always the same. Like I said, they recently added it so that the order will be randomized in the randomizer itself.
That's cool.
For every run that you do.
I was never sure because I never played this game often enough that I would do it back to back enough to know that it was the same code again.
Yep. Also note that the colors for those are amber, cobalt, crimson.
Yeah, they're not the greatest names.
No, they're amber, cobalt, crimson, and whatever the green one is. But the translator colors... Emerald, yeah. The translator colors are emerald, cobalt, violet, and amber. So that's a holdover from when the colors were originally different. Also, for whatever reason, falling down deletes that Dark Metroid. It's just gone.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know why, but hey, it means I don't have to waste ammo on it.
I'm glad our favorite tunnel static monsters made it in this game somehow.
Uh-huh. I think they're also different enemies than they were
They
back in Prime 1.
absolutely, yeah, by name, yeah. And they're only in the Dark World, and I think they're literally only in that one spot.
They're also in the Light World in one room. Also, hey, there's a key there. We're not going to pick that up.
I remember coming into these rooms and seeing like the morph ball puzzles and being like, oh my god, this place.
Yep.
But they're not so bad, actually.
Yeah. Again, the Light World version of that room, which I think is called Hall of Combat Mastery, is...
Sounds right.
Is another one where it's a really long puzzle for a missile. Come on.
Oh my. We can do this from this side, can we?
Sort of. I need it to lock on. There we go. Yep. So you can activate it from this side, which means you don't have to worry about killing the enemies and trying to grapple across. And it also teleports you across.
Because it assumes you're on this side.
Yeah. So yeah, you got to kind of trick the game into thinking that you can lock on, because you can't force the view up that high normally until it locks onto something. We're going to activate those and then leave. And they are gone now. Quick jump over that so we don't have to do the Triclops pit.
I guess yeah, you're right. They are here.
Yep. Jump over that barrier so we don't have to worry about the Triclops pit. That does sound like a weird experience if you've never played Super Metroid or Link to the Past, but you decided to play the randomizer. I have also never played either of those games, so, you know. That.
Are these randomized at all?
No, these are always the same, and also a thing that the randomizer has recently updated to be randomized. So, same as the previous color puzzle that I mentioned. It's always the same combination of shots to finish those. So you know how I've mentioned that there are some really weird vulnerabilities for certain things? You know, that rock that can be destroyed by a super missile, even though it's meant to be bombs? What if I told you that the Dark Burst can activate bomb slots?
That would surprise me. I can kind of see how that would work, but that would surprise me.
Any of the beam combos, aside from Super Missile, can activate them, but Dark Burst is generally the easiest to work with. So that makes it possible to complete this game without acquiring bombs. And the fact that most things that are vulnerable... It is very challenging. It is only
what about the Boost Guardian?
You just kind of don't bomb him to get him out. You just wait until he becomes vulnerable.
Does he? I thought he doesn't. I thought you had to.
Probably because it's a speedrun, they go get power bombs first. Also, that quadruped is deleted now. If you activate the cannon first.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That has to...
The game certainly does not...
specific?
No. Other than you have to sort of hit it as soon as possible, because if you don't, it'll move out of the way.
Yeah, I wonder if they knew about that. The developers knew about that or not. I feel like they would have known about that.
Definitely not intended.
I don't know. Sometimes, like... There are cases, you know, like where opening the levers kills the little blogs in the water. Like, they clearly considered some of the interactions that might happen.
Also, you need to activate that layer, I guess, or trigger that's on the ground in the main temple room that spawns the dark quadrupeds. In order for Spider Guardian to appear, I'm pretty sure. That may have been changed in the randomizer, but that's what spawns it in the main game, I'm pretty sure. If you tried to get over there by going out of bounds, it wouldn't be there. Also, hear the words of O'Lear, last sentinel of the Fortress Temple. May they serve you well. Shout out to Bash Prime, one of the most entertaining randomizer and speedrun streamers for the Metroid Prime series.
Yes, we made these annoying enemies.
Yes, they did. 4% sounds right. Because generally you need...
That sounds like a challenging run.
You need either bombs or power bombs, and they probably get bombs to make it a lot easier. Spider Ball screw attack, and possibly light suit. Because you can get the keys that are underwater without light suit, but it's really, really hard. You can also fight the second phase of Emperor Ing without Spider Ball, but that's really, 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 really hard. By the way, you can't defeat Spider Guardian without bombs. So the no bombs run has to do that. Because Spider Guardian is the one thing that is actually... It's semi-vulnerable to power bombs. Actually, if you have power bombs, I think using it on Spider Guardian in the vanilla game actually crashes. Or it kills it without dropping the item, I think is what happens. So you definitely don't want to do that. In the randomizer, a power bomb will instantly stun it, rather than having to hit it with a bomb while you're nearby it. Speaking of Spider Guardian, that's what we have to go do now. It's probably my second least favorite fight in the game.
Yeah. Is that the last translator that we just got as well?
Yes, that was the Cobalt, which is the last one.
This is a very weird room and puzzle.
Yeah, this is where you get Cannonball with the out-of-bounds stuff. They do a weird thing to get into this room without it being active, and activate the kinetic orb cannon. And the field at the end that would normally take Cannonball away does not.
You didn't scan the Spider Guardian.
No, I'm good.
I forgot to as well. I know you're not going for scan, but it's just like I missed it last time, and I'm not going to miss it again.
First of all, before anything else, fuck
Whoa,
this
there's a zoom button?
Yeah, there is a zoom button. First of all, like I said, I really don't like this fight. Second of all, in the randomizer, you can get here with Spider Ball, and only the first and final phase.
More interesting.
Only the first and final phases have working tracks. Okay, he's kind of stuck in the corner. I need him to get out of the corner now. I was messing up my bomb
I was gonna say, like, I actually don't find this boss to be very, too bad, but every time I played it recently, I would have had Spring Ball.
True, that helps a lot. The final phase is really the one where I hate the most.
Yeah.
See? Oh, come on. Can I get back up there?
This is though this is definitely a fight though. The first time that I did this, I don't think I had any clue what I was doing.
Same.
Like it does not like you just bomb the enemy and you kind of get it and you kind of, but it's a cool fight once you know like what's going on. But yeah, some of the control
bombs can hit it from up there. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. Taking advantage of the maximum radius.
Oh, I should not be over here. I should not be over here.
That's fine.
Okay, well. Unless you do that, I guess. That was actually kind of the smoothest way this phase can go.
All right, we'll see if I I'm still a robot, or if I have been made back and a lame organic being.
Hopefully, Mumph has been saved from the robot sphere. Sounds good. Yeah, I left the call and came back.
I have escaped Dr. Eggman's clutches. Kind of a bummer. Metal Mump sounds kind of cool, actually.
Alright, so this is the final phase of the Spider Guardian, and this is the part that I really hate, because those two bomb slots
Yeah,
up
you
above,
gotta do this.
the two bomb slots up above are on... I'll just let Spider Guardian go. Because if I try to activate the thing now, he'll get locked behind the panel, and he'll just reset.
Yep.
Those two, the two bomb slots up above, you need to get like on the top of a slope to bomb up to them, and it's really easy to just overshoot and go over the other side. Probably much easier to handle with Spring Ball. Okay, fortunately that one went just fine, no problems. This is also a fight that, as you might expect, is a lot easier when you have Cannonball, because if you remember, Cannonball makes you completely invulnerable in Morph Ball mode. So
yeah, I have seen that. I have seen Cannonball in the context of this fight definitely before.
yeah.
But yeah, this room in itself is like a 3-part fight.
And you've got to hit...
You gotta first do the bottom slot, then you gotta do the
bottom and the second slot.
The bottom on the second, then you gotta do all 3, yeah.
Yep. And if you go back and hit Bomb Guardian again, it stuns him again, which is nice. I am caught. No. Almost. Come on. Just... Hey, there we go. Once again, pretty smooth, aside from being called away. That could have gone a lot worse. I wish I didn't get called away, but, you know, it is what it is. Again, this phase and the very first phase are the only ones that actually have active Spider Ball tracks. The second and third phases, the Spider Ball tracks are not stuff that you can use. They're just there for show and for the boss. For, you know, randomizer stuff, of course. Because you wouldn't be in those phases with Spider Ball in the vanilla game. And we can't actually go through that door yet, because that's a power bomb door.
Yeah, I remember seeing that door and be like, oh, what a tease.
You can...
I believe it's a Sky Temple key?
There's a Sky Temple key there, yes, which obviously we'll be coming back to.
I think it's actually one of the first Sky Temple keys that you can... Well, it's not maybe... I mean, you can get them, I guess. You can start getting them once you get the Dark Visor, but... It's one of the ones that's kind of most directly on your path, either by accident, because that door just stands out.
Yes.
You're like, oh, I want to see what's behind this door. It's probably got something cool.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh, it's just the other side of this other room. What do I do here? There's nothing over here. What's this about? And then you stumble your way onto, like, you're just looking around and use Dark Visor. You're like, oh, what the hell's this thing?
Come on.
Your best chance, yeah, to stumble your way into them before kind of learning about the keys. Do you ever do? Yeah, stumbling into the artifacts is a bit tougher.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think I finished Prime 1 before I played 2 because I just really couldn't find the artifacts. I did not know that the artifact temple had hints to where the artifacts were. Oh, I did not realize.
Will we be fighting any Ink Smashers?
That really depends on your definition of the word fight.
Not use boost ball and morph in morph ball form away from?
Then technically yes.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. No, I can't go that way because I don't have power bombs, so I've got to go this way. I can get the energy tank here now, but I think I want to leave and come back to get that.
Wow, that's an interesting story about Metroid, about being wanting a specific version of Metroid Prime 2, the original GameCube version, and not liking the motion controls.
Yeah, Nathan does not like the original version, actually, I think.
I mean, it's one thing to not like it yourself. It's another thing to not like it because someone said things aren't good, because they actually are. The motion controls are actually pretty good. I'm not even like I don't like I remember when the Wii was announced and Nintendo was like, it's a whole new revolutionary thing, blah, blah, and it never really lived up to the hype that they talked about it being. But I'll give them credit where credit's due. They made Metroid Prime work pretty good with the motion controls. The Metroid Prime trilogy on Wii is an excellent collection of these games.
Yeah, for a long time, I was of the same mind that I did not like the GameCube version, and then I got into the randomizer, which primarily does not work on Trilogy. There is a version of the randomizer for Prime 1 on Trilogy. Obviously, a lot of tricks are either impossible or a lot harder. So the randomizer itself just runs on the GameCube version, so I had a lot of practice playing with them, and because I wanted to show off some of the cool speedrun stuff, some tricks and stuff, I decided to do the GameCube version for this run. Also, the fact that you showed off pointer controls last time this game was in a marathon, so just a different experience.
Do the randomizers have settings for making sure that it's completable without needing crazy speedrunner tricks?
Yes, there are difficulties. You can have no tricks logic, which means that no speedrun tricks are ever expected for where the items are placed. There is also a setting for no logic, which means that things are just placed completely randomly, and it is up to the player to figure out how to get to them.
Which may result in many seeds that are just unsolvable.
Yes, typically it's still possible just because of how broken out of bounds can be in this game, but you also have to be an extremely high-level player to do the kind of stuff that's expecting. You are almost certainly expected to go out of bounds for those, and typically the randomizer does not require out-of-bounds logic other than maybe one room to the next, but for something in a no logic randomizer run, you might be required to traverse several rooms in a row, half a dozen in a row, through out of bounds in order to access something. I don't know if this is a thing on current versions of the randomizer, but I know older versions also have a room randomizer, so that rooms are placed in random orders. Yeah, placed in random orders, much like the similar to how the demo had different room orders for stuff, how you were describing before.
Yeah.
Again, very experimental. I think it was on an older version which did not have guaranteed logic. So very possible to run into impossible seeds with that.
So you're currently on the track to get back to Torvis to get power bombs?
Correct.
Is there not a shortcut from Sanctuary to Torvis?
It requires power bombs.
Oh, it's for getting back.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
There's also a shortcut from Sanctuary to Aegon, which I could then take Aegon to Torvis, but that also requires power bombs. So, you know.
Yeah, those ones are more useful for the Sky Temple key hunt,
Yep.
but also so is just the ability to warp from one temple controller to another.
Mm-hmm. Which I don't often make use of. There is actually a very niche situation in the randomizer where you could have super missiles appear in Torva's temple because the translators are replaced by random items. The translators are part of the item pool of random things you can get. So the item that you get in Torva's temple at the energy controller is replaced by something else rather than always being the translator. And it can be super missiles under a very specific, very specific situation in which typically you need super missiles in order to get in to that room because of the blast shield that's there. But if you have light suit and access to one of the other energy controllers, you can teleport to it. Because the teleports are always active even if you've never been to the room. In the randomizer.
Yeah, this is like the biggest sequence of like backtracking that I think Metroid Prime 2 has in it.
Mm-hmm. It's also nice to come back here because there's an energy tank that I did not get. That I hopefully remember to grab here.
I also just want to point out, like, I don't think the backtracking in this game is too much or anything. I'm just pointing out that this is the biggest sequence of it.
Yeah.
But I like coming back to these areas with more power ups, but like I've said before, I'm a 100% person, so you got to come back to these areas more than once anyway. So there's something new to do when you're coming back to.
Yes.
And I think that's worth it. I don't see it as much of a problem that some people see these games and go, "Oh, I've been here already. I just want to keep going. They should have had more shortcuts. They should have done this. They should have done that."
Yeah, I mean, another one of my favorite games of all time is Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, which is also notorious for some of its backtracking, and I also don't think it's bad in that. So, backtracking in general is not. It's not a bad thing on its own. It definitely has to be egregious in a certain way for it to like be a serious problem. Like, again, probably the worst case is immediately after Boost Ball in Prime 1. You have to backtrack all the way to Temple Grounds. Not Temple Grounds. Talon Overworld to get Space Jump and then come back to Phendrana to continue.
That's like in the grand scheme of things, that's a much smaller sequence than what you're doing right now.
It doesn't feel like it. Also, I am doing the wrong thing. I am definitely out of order. I meant to go down there in the Light World.
Right. Yeah, we got to go back to the portal we came in and.
Yep, I messed up. I was
got a little ahead of ourselves.
I did get a little ahead of myself here. Once again, don't care about the commandos because portal. Sanctuary is probably the pace breaker for this game because there is this big backtracking segment, and a lot of Sanctuary is just kind of slower for similar reasons in other areas. But I still like it. I just feel like
I remember like the first time playing the game being like relieved I could leave. I'm like, oh, you want me to leave? Okay, good. I'm done here for now.
yeah. My biggest problem with Sanctuary is actually based on the Hive, the Dark World version. There are no items there. There's almost no items other than the keys. I think there's a couple missile expansions. And that's really about it. And then the Sky Temple keys as well. There's just really not much there to get. And that's really a sign that the development of this game was kind of rushed, that they could not fit stuff into the Hive. You have to go to the Hive to access some of the Light World items and expansions, because you have to like do portal dancing and whatnot. This is also not the portal I meant to go through, by the way. I should really get to the place that I'm going to and then talk.
Yes, if you haven't used a spider ball track before you go into a portal, you've done it wrong.
Yeah, I got ahead of myself 2 different times going the wrong way, so...
I think I did something very similar, if not exactly the same, on my casual playthrough recently. Where I'm like, I know where I want to go, and I know I want to be in the Dark World, so yeah, like... And then it's like, oh, right, this power bomb door that I can't get through.
There's
right,
2 power bomb doors
problem.
keeping you from making that so much easier. Also, there's a missile expansion in this room that we're portaling to, up there, which requires screw attack. And there's not really any good reason to come back here with screw attack. So that's pretty far out of the way if you're going for 100%.
Is there no speedrunner tricks to get that early?
Possibly. You might be able to do like a 2 BSJ or something. But I'm really not sure. Probably what it is that the speedrunners can get screw attack early. So it's just not that big of a deal.
This fight is annoying.
Yes.
Not like hard, just annoying.
Just a little bit annoying, yeah.
And like, I don't know where this thing got its power bombs from. I mean, look, well, I do, but like, these aren't Samus's power bombs. Samus's power bombs are devastating.
Well, also, I mean, it's a really good question where he got the power bombs from, because, well, Samus didn't have power bombs at the start of the game.
At the start?
I mean...
Yeah, I guess you can't use...
There's also a bit of an interesting thing with this fight. Again, randomizer thing. You saw that shot that he did a second ago where he fired a bomb towards the door. If you don't have power bombs when you come here, and the power bombs are not the item that drops, you can be soft locked, unless the shot of the power bomb that the boss fires lands up there at the door, because his power bombs can break the door. So that is a thing that you can do. It's just really obnoxious to get the boss to do that.
Can't believe they made you fight a flower that you have to crush with heavy machinery.
Yeah, there's no other way to fight it. Also, one of the only points in the game when pickups will be drawn in automatically.
Whoa, that was a cool boost.
Damn. Ah, it was too much to the side. Okay. Again, wow, this is kind of embarrassing for me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing terribly at this. All right, we're just gonna do this the normal way. Wow.
Still like that little that boost at the beginning. I wouldn't have thought to do that there.
Mm-hmm. I think I took the long way around. Oh well.
Oh yeah, I don't think I ever come to this way. I'm unfamiliar with this part of this track.
Mm-hmm. Dark World drains health. I think it's like 1.2 damage per second with the dark suit.
Yeah,
It's
once
like,
you get the dark suit, pretty negligible unless you're really low in health already and already in a bad way.
yeah,
But it's not actually that. It's a thinking about it is more stressful than it actually is.
yeah. It's definitely a bigger problem at the very start of the game, before you've got a whole bunch of energy tanks.
And yeah, and you don't have energy tanks, and you only have the various suit. Yeah, once you get some energy tanks, get the dark suit, it's negligible.
The only other time in which I would say...
It's largely countered by the fact that you actually spend a decent amount of your time in light bubbles anyway. You end up gaining more health than you lose often.
The only time in which the Dark World I would say is really threatening is Boost Guardian, because you're fighting an entire boss fight in the Dark World, and you have no light
Yeah,
fields.
that's the one place it's stressful, and...
Even the major boss of Sanctuary, which is also fought in the Dark World with no light bubbles, gives you so much health back anyway, and does so little damage by comparison, it's just really not that big of a deal.
Yeah, you might die to it in your first couple attempts, just learning the fight, just not knowing about certain things, and just how long the fight can be, right? Like you can think you're done, and then it's like, oh, there's another phase. Oh, there's another phase.
Yeah, so...
And maybe you didn't budget your health for that.
Anytime that we talk about how difficult something is or isn't, I don't care about this cutscene because I'm going to leave this room. Keep in mind that we have played this game a lot. And so our experience with something is going to be different than someone going through it for the first time.
Yeah, this game will easily take you like 15, 20 hours the first time you play it. But it's... If you know what you're doing, you beat it in, what, 3? 4? It is even actually, semi-casual run probably still take you like 8 to 10.
You can use the boost to get that last bit of distance. Boost also activates that bomb slot for whatever reason. It's like the only one that's vulnerable to boost ball.
Every Metroid's got to have an energy tank in like a water gravity puzzle. It's the rules.
Skip most of the puzzle for this.
Oh, that was good. That's a good good optimization.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to go up onto the ceiling.
Can you believe that I missed that missile expansion?
Yeah. Yeah, I can believe that.
No, like I moved the statue, and then I forgot to pick up the missile expansion.
Oh. Yeah, no, I can believe that. That's pretty believable.
And I didn't know what, and that was the last one. I didn't know what was missing. I'm like, how could any of these be missing?
Oh.
Like, and yeah, I came into the room and it's like, how is that? How did that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I can believe that. I can definitely believe that. Also, I am now out of power bombs and I need an ammo refill.
Yeah, power bomb. And we take the sanctuary shortcut back up.
Hopefully one of these things drops one. Yes, there's one right there.
Yes, you desperately. Yeah, otherwise you are. We are going back.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the most stressful things for me doing like runs of Metroid and Metroid Prime, or Metroid Prime and Metroid Prime 2, is just budgeting power bombs. Because sometimes they get you a lot of good draw. Sometimes they're like, oh yeah, just have another power bomb. Why don't you have another one? Other times, they're much less generous. I definitely take advantage of the room where you get the X-ray visor, and the fact that before you power bomb your way out, that enemy has 100% drop rate. It's an infinitely respawning enemy with a 100% drop rate of power bomb. So I always taught myself up there.
Yeah, so I mentioned how in Prime 2 the enemy drops are determined generally by what you might be missing at the time, if you're at low health, etc. In Prime 1, drops are determined by room, by enemy. So everything is hard-coded with certain drops, which can mean that you were unfortunately at the mercy of the game in some cases. If you need a certain drop, like health or power bombs, you need to find specific enemies.
It's a cool morph puzzle.
Yeah, there's a way to skip it, both with and without screw attack, but I'm especially not good at the non-screw attack version, and as you might have noticed, I don't have screw attack, so I just kind of do it the normal way, so I can go ahead and grab the thing. And right, I need to go up because we need Echo Visor.
Yeah, now that we have power bomb, we can finally get up to the top level of the what is it, like the generator room?
Mm-hmm. Can also break that, which gives us access to the elevator to Aegon.
Will we use it?
Possibly. I honestly can't remember.
Okay.
Almost certainly, because it will give us quick access to that side of Aegon, which is going to be nice to have. I did not need to take the portal. I need... well, it wouldn't have hurt me to just go up this way. But I need to actually go up instead of going through the portal. I could have still gone up and just used the portal that's up there.
Yeah, because they make you go this way through the dark world your first time anyway.
Yeah. It was another case of I'm just kind of on autopilot playing the game while talking and not paying attention.
Yeah, now that we have spider ball, we can go through here.
Okay, this is
Whoa.
interesting. I've certainly never seen that happen before. That was cool.
You made the elevator floor invisible.
Uh-huh. I have definitely never seen that happen before.
Were you trying to do a trick or something in the first place there? Because, like, yeah, just like you boosting into the wall of the elevator and spinning around it. I'm like, oh, I've never seen this movement before.
No,
I guess he's just bored waiting for the elevator, and then suddenly, yep, that's never happened before.
I don't have a power bomb.
Yeah, that's kind of the point I was making when I asked if we were going to go through that bridge connection later. Do we need to do this? Nice. Thank you. Tunnel enemy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Energy and enemy.
I need two. I need 2 power bombs for this.
Do you?
Yes. Because I have to break this.
Yeah.
And then there's a power bomb shield on the door over there.
Oh, yeah. So there is.
Oops, that was supposed to be 3. get... Can I get power bombs from these resbits? Yes, yes I can. Nice unmorph. In the wrong direction.
Those resbits can hack your suit, which is a really, like, cool thing that, like, the first time that ever happens in a casual run, you're like, whoa.
Mm-hmm. I honestly...
didn't expect that.
I probably thought my game was breaking the first time it happened.
And the amount of times that I got hacked and the amount of times I saw that and got so annoyed by it, and then subsequent playthroughs, 0 times, never get hacked. It's like, the likelihood that we'll actually see the effect unless you demonstrate it in some way, shape, or form is basically 0.
Mm-hmm. Fuck those guys, I guess.
Oh, well, thank you, Dark Samus.
Let's refill our dark ammo here, and a couple power bomb drops for our good measure, I suppose.
Where'd she go?
That thing that activates the elevator is not there in gameplay.
She's got the Colt. She got like the Fonz kind of Fonzie thing going on, where she can just hit the thing with the buttons on. No button, just hit it and like, oh, I know what you mean. We'll go. Please don't hit me again. So yeah, here we have Dark Samus. The first refight, I think officially the scan says Dark Samus 2.
Yep.
Which is ominous. She can cloak herself in the power of darkness.
And also become invincible somehow whenever she goes up into the air like that, which is super annoying. Because sometimes she'll just do it over and over. And never give you a moment. So what I'm doing when I'm firing a missile, even though she has that missile shield, is I'm keeping her in place.
Okay.
Because it keeps her from moving around when you fire the missile, because she'll bring up that shield. Generally, if you're good at the game, you can kind of, you know, keep her in place long enough to actually be hit by something, but bad.
We have a donation from Neo for $42.85.
Nice.
Shout out to Samus. Gotta be my favorite genocidal Nintendo protagonist.
And there are probably multiple of those. Okay, I couldn't dash. Does Shulk count as a genocidal Nintendo protagonist? Because he wants to genocide the Mechon.
Right. Well, I mean, does he succeed at doing it? Does that mean, like, Mario kills a lot of Goombas and Koopas?
Yeah, I mean...
Zelda, I mean...
In a sense, I guess Shulk succeeds in his original plan.
But I mean, yeah, I mean, Samus actually succeeds in well, at least is told that she succeeds. Who knows what the reality is, right? Because then they brought back they brought back Metroids in Metroid Fusion. They were somehow breeding them again in um, on the space station there.
Mm-hmm. And Dark Samus comes back in 3, and possibly Prime 4? I don't actually know what's up with that. Presumably Dark Samus would be back because they wouldn't have the Prime name on it unless it has something to do with the Metroid Prime. Skipping puzzle.
So thank you, Neo, for the generous donation.
Yes, thank you, Neo, for the donation. That one's not really a puzzle, I guess. You just have to get to a spinner and spin something.
Let us know if you want to be entered in for the Sonic Frontiers raffle.
You are correct, Z-Saber, that the Metroid Prime was not featured in Prime Hunters in any way. They kind of just used the name for that one. And so these things, you can't interact with them without the Echo Visor. Neo is good on the Sonic raffle. Well, thank you for your donation, Neo. And honestly, good job with the Scooby-Doo run yesterday. That was a really fun stream.
The most random thing. All the doors are locked. It's like, okay. I guess I'll use the new thing I just...
Yeah. And you can hear a noise, too. Which I suppose is meant to clue you into that.
And I'm assuming that you wouldn't hear the noise if you didn't have the visor somehow. Though you never would.
It's not there until the layer after Dark Samus, so...
Exactly. So you never really know.
What are we going for next? Screw
Well,
attack?
normally you would be either getting your keys or your screw attack.
Yeah, so we have to go through the caretaker drone, which is down here.
Oh my god, no. Why are there so many fights in here that I just can't remember until I suddenly do and go, oh right, that fight sucks.
It sure does, and I wish that I could skip it.
That
but
might actually be the worst fight in this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you on that one.
But it's so bad and unmemorable, which is why you never remember it until you suddenly realize, oh shit, that thing.
It is fortunately very skippable in the randomizer. You almost never need to go through it. They change how that one door interacts. The door that you need to beat the caretaker drone to get to is typically just not active. In the randomizer, they make it active, and in the vanilla game, if you hack that door to make it active and you try to go through it without fighting the caretaker drone, the game actually crashes. The randomizer fixes that too, because, you know, fixing one thing without the other would not be very helpful.
Right.
Usually you don't need to fight the caretaker drone because you're gonna be able to come in from, you know, a different direction.
No powerbomb expansions in this run?
I will be getting some, but that one right there I can't get right now. Or I can, but I'm not going to, I should say.
Sorry, did you destroy the head with just 2 charged dark shots?
I sure did.
Okay, I just used a single super missile, but that might be a decent alternative.
Super missile's probably a better idea. And then we have to get far enough away for it to do the spinning move.
Yeah, waiting for it to use the tornado move is the most annoying part of these guys.
Okay.
It's a cool fight. It's a cool enemy, well designed. And the caretaker fight also is a really cool idea, and it's like really close to being executed really well, but it's just a little too frustrating.
Mm-hmm. These guys again.
And in this room, there's just no light beacons to use.
Mm-hmm.
At least not down here.
Nope. So you've got to do the thing where you get close to them, but if they're invulnerable, you can't even do that. Come on. Yes, yes, you're very terrifying. Thank you. Come on, lock onto the thing. I think the most annoying thing about the caretaker drone is you can almost skip it. Because the platforms raise up in a certain way that you can get up to that door in the Dark World, but on the other side of the door is panels that you can only climb with the screw attack.
Right.
Yep. So you can't do that.
So it's a trick you could use in randomizer, potentially.
Yeah, like I said, you almost never have to fight this guy in the randomizer. I think I have once, and that's just because I had a trick on that I shouldn't have had on because I don't know how to do it.
All right, well, let's see how many jumps you miss.
The thing popped down at just the worst time.
I'm not gonna count that one.
It did it again. It's when I have to jump
I'm
away.
gonna count that one between the two.
Okay, really now.
Oh, I just feel this is gonna be even. This is an even more annoying fight without spring ball as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, spring ball doesn't make it that different.
You can get back on the rail faster.
Yeah. That was honestly probably the most annoying that first phase has been in a while. I got knocked down, but at least I hit the thing. One miss. Two misses. Three. I somehow got back onto the track without jumping. That was interesting. Hang on, did I hit the thing in the middle? I thought I just hit one of the small ones.
I think you did, because it's, we've moved on.
Ah, interesting.
Phase 3.
Okay, I couldn't get a good angle at it that time. Oh. Okay. And I was stuck.
Ooh, nice. Ah, worth getting hit there, because that was a tough angle. He just barely made that one.
Okay. Some of these I feel like should be hitting and they're not.
Yep. Sounds about right. Okay, good on. Good. The game didn't have to give you that one.
Come on, there we go.
All right. Worse.
Alright, see you later, Kai. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, because you don't actually get anything from the caretaker drone. I think that's part of why it's so bad.
You get to be up here.
You get to access this room, yes.
I mean, indirectly, it's kind of guarding Screw Attack.
It's guarding everything that's on this side of Upper Sanctuary, indirectly.
Yeah, which is quite a bit.
We're going to be getting Screw Attack, an ammo, beam ammo upgrade, and this missile.
Choose wisely now. Okay. I see you know the rules of the game.
Randomizer. Thank you, Luxord.
I see you also know your Kingdom Hearts quotes.
Of course. Whenever I think about Kingdom Hearts 3, I think about you. Because when you did your stream of your first run of Kingdom Hearts 3 on the HFC channel, I tuned in.
Did we do it on HFC?
You did it on HFC. I tuned into the stream during the final boss. Because that's the time that I chose to check in. It was on the final phase of the boss fight. So I moderately spoiled myself by seeing just that little bit.
I can't believe my first playthrough of Kingdom Hearts 3, I went the entire game, almost until like right to the final boss, basically, without learning how to cycle the different, like, Y abilities.
Oh.
I thought you had to do them in the order that you got them in. I'm like, that's silly, and I changed the setting to the other order, and yeah, I just never learned about the bumper being used to way later, and I'm like, oh, that makes the game way better.
I think I learned about that from someone telling me about it for 0.2. Someone told me about it for that game, and so it carried over.
I've come to actually really like Kingdom Hearts 3.
Mm-hmm. I like it quite a bit. It's not super high on my list of KH games, but it's fun. It's a good game.
Okay, so you're pulling some shenanigans here on this too.
A little bit, just to sort of advance a little further into this track without really.
I don't think I ever noticed, like on my first casual playthrough ever, that it gives you the timing. It tells you when to use the.
Mm-hmm. And
are you double dipping?
I am.
Illegal. Throw this man in prison. That was dirty.
Again, saving time, and now we get to come over here and grab.
Okay, now yeah, make sure you go back down there and don't take the pipe back down. That's stupid.
Alright.
Yeah, the first time I did that on my last run through, I just came back down the pipe and was like, I think I did something wrong.
Oh. you didn't go down that tunnel. I guess it's kind of hard to see if you're not looking for it.
Yeah.
There's actually a faster way to get that key over there. Because once you get Screw Attack, you can Screw Attack over to the top of the force. Really? I just got blocked, and then I respawned up here anyway, so who cares? So you can Screw Attack on top of the force field over there, and then there's a spot you can land where you can activate the button from just outside the force field. So you don't need to take the long way around to get that key, but we're not picking up the sanctuary keys, so no.
Nice little jump optimization there too.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully I end up doing this room correctly, because in all of the practice runs I did, I always made the very same mistake by jumping, doing a scan dash at the wrong time. Hopefully.
Okay, so you know in Star Wars where they say trust your instincts?
Uh-huh.
Don't do that.
Yeah, so we do this. It is possible, as you might expect, to scan dash from the upper area of the bridge over to where the spinners are at, but I'm not good enough at scan dashes to make those. So I just kind of do the puzzle 95% normally.
Yeah, there was a short time period in my life where I tried to practice scan dashes and getting good at like doing things like getting space jump early and stuff like that in Prime 1, but I just it's not my thing anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I could do a couple things here and there, as you've probably noticed from this run. But,
The one thing I'll do, like, one thing that I'll probably always do now, and just because it saves just time and specifically this awful section of this game, early artifact in the Phendrana Drifts research lab.
the one where you gotta crash the tower?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Using the crates to shoot a missile over the. Yeah, that's a huge save.
Yeah, because there's no reason to ever go back there.
You never need to come back through there if you get all the expansions on your first run through. Yeah, otherwise.
So the thing that I kept doing wrong in my practice runs was after getting that second spinner, I was doing a scan dash to get back to the bridge, forgetting that on that side of the bridge you need to take the portal to get back to this side. So I was making the process a lot longer by doing that scan dash.
Oh, yeah.
So
I heard you like res bits, by the way, so we decided to give you like 6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's 5 in this room.
I mean, that's like 6.
Yeah.
Just a little smaller.
Resbits are really annoying until you figure out the Dark Beam Freeze missile strat.
So fighting 5 of them in the same room and them and like them getting their shield up before you get a chance to freeze them, it's like
Mm-hmm.
I know you guys are guarding like a really cool thing, like I get it, but
Yeah. So that's the scan dash that I want to do because it gets me back here.
yeah, that was good. That was a good optimization. Big time save there.
Because otherwise you have to go back through the portal.
Yeah, but yeah, do basically everything you just did backwards.
Mm-hmm. Oh. The cutscene showed me in Morph Ball, so I thought I was in Morph Ball, so I tried to unmorph. And then I morphed.
And now you're morphing again.
Sort of. The hitbox in Screw Attack actually becomes smaller, so it's just about Morph Ball size. And you can actually get into some tunnels by using the Screw Attack, and if you then unmorph, because you're sort of not in the proper phase because you Screw Attacked in, you can stand up in the tunnel and then you can go out of bounds that way. So let's see, we have... I think we have everything to go to Quadraxis now, since we're not getting the keys. Wow, that was a weird dash. I do want to go to a save point. Fortunately, there's one right over here.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Not that I'll die, but you know.
No, but there's things that can happen less in your control, as we've potentially demonstrated earlier.
Uh-huh.
You want to respect marathon safety.
This is actually the only game in the marathon that I am playing on a console, and it's still technically emulated. My other 2 games that I'm playing are actually PC versions. For those that don't know, there's a PC version of Tony Hawk's Underground. If you check out the Tony Hawk Speedruns Discord server, you can find some things that would help you in that, and that's all I'll say.
Sorry, are you playing this on a Wii, you said?
I'm playing this on the Wii U.
Wii U.
Yes. Need portal. But not no, not that portal. Wait. Actually, yes, that portal. I was about to go down to Hall of Combat Mastery and use that one and then ride the elevator back up, and it's like, no, I don't need to do that.
I have found in my experience this portal right here is like the most like useful portal in Sanctuary. It's pretty central, and it's easy to get to, and yeah.
Let's see.
And yeah, for the first time we're now in the dark version of this room.
Yes, and there's a key up there, but as said many times, we're not getting those.
I believe there's a save room in this. I believe there's also a save room off of this room as well.
I really didn't want to fall down. Yes, there is. There's also an ammo refill station over here.
Yeah. This room is like you think this is going to be a really important room because it was before in the light world, and then you just get here and it's just like, oh.
I mean, it does have a big pool of phazon, so theoretically
right?
It should be.
Yeah, but there's really nothing special about this room. They just stuck an ammo recharge here.
I mean, there's some rooms that don't even get a Dark World equivalent, so you know, at least it got something. I don't know why I went out of my way to grab that missile. I just did an ammo refill. Alright, so then, how are we going to get in here if we don't have the keys?
Probably something with bombs.
Yeah, we're going to do... I just need to get the right timing for this. And then right over the gate.
Oh, and then screw attack right over.
Yeah, we're now soft locked in here, by the way.
Well, you can go forward.
I can go forward, but if for whatever reason I don't defeat Quadraxis, we're stuck.
Well, I mean, could you even get out of this room? I mean, by that standard, you're soft locked in this room now.
Until we get Annihilator Beam, yes.
Right. And technically, you weren't soft locked in the other room because you could have also just, stood there and died.
I guess, but that takes me back to a save point, and that's what would generally be considered a soft lock. Because I can't make any progress or technically go backwards.
The Quadratics, I don't know. I don't know if the robot's supposed to have tentacles. Can anyone check why the robot has tentacles?
Yeah, so Quadraxis is kind of not a threat.
I don't fully understand this phase. Taking the feet out doesn't do anything, right? Except for, like, it makes him, like, do less shockwavy attacks.
It spawns health items.
Okay. That's true. But the key here is you need to take out the knees, right?
Yes, the shields on the knee joints. Which are only vulnerable when they're flashing blue. Sometimes he kind of gets into a pattern where he just never becomes vulnerable. Come on, hit him! Fuck. Okay, well. I did not mean to hit Morph there. There we go. Phase 1 done. He's trying, God bless him. He can't walk without his leg benders.
Yeah. He was a robot until he took a bunch of shots to the knee. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, so you can hurt that thing with screw attack, assuming that, you know, it works. You know, when it decides it just wants to stop working. If you hit it just right, one hit from a screw attack usually breaks it, but if you hit it wrong, well, that. And of course he summons dark quads to bother you. There we go, that's how you destroy it. Alright, on to phase 3, which can be one of the most annoying. Generally, I think phase 1 and phase 2 are about as equally annoying, I guess. It really depends on how unlucky you get.
The stomping around takes me at least a lot longer to get through. This one's annoying when you, like, just miss it. You're like, I just missed the angle.
Yeah.
But with enough practice and knowing how he moves, like, this part's pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
And the jumps are surprisingly reliable.
Usually. I've had times where it kind of just doesn't work. But, that's Quadratus
Yeah, no,
done.
there you go, 2 for 2. Yeah, that was a very fast quadratus.
That thing.
Giant robot fight.
Also, we used the gravity boost outside of water to land.
Yeah,
Always kind of weirded me out that happened. Also, you can't reliably get out of this room until you grab the Annihilator beam.
What? That's good, because you probably want it.
Yeah. So Hmm. I'm remembering the no bombs playthrough that I mentioned before. And how... Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so in no bombs, you can't get Spider Guardian because you need bombs to get Spider Ball. So you can't get the Spider Ball to go up here. So what you have to do is after you take that elevator down, you stand underneath it so that it goes back up. Or what it does, you write it down, or it comes down to you once the fight is done, and you stand underneath it so that it stops and starts going back up. And then you very quickly jump back on it. And then you screw attack over to this. And then you can move on. Because you can't Spider Ball, obviously, without that. That's... Wow, what a bonk.
Screw attack gives, screw attack takes away.
Yeah. I was charging a boost and I did not mean to there, so... There we go, got it.
I mean, you could just decide to go to a different door that ends up just, like, killing you. If you go that way.
Well, it won't kill you unless you only have a few energy tanks. Because I'm going to be going out that way.
Yeah.
Because I have to, because the other way is blocked by the gate that we didn't get keys for.
And here we are at the final energy controller of the game. I guess there's technically one more.
Yeah, it's the
It's not really it's not really an energy controller though. It's just kind of raw energy. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and the sky becomes very dark red here. Dark Ether is almost completely out of energy now.
I'm not sure I know how Sanctuary changes. I'm not sure I can't think of a single example of how Sanctuary gets nicer. Let's see if we can notice anything this time.
It would have to be on the big bridge, because everything else is indoors, pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah.
There's very few places that are outdoors. Looks like we got another donation recently.
Yeah, we just got a donation. We literally just got a donation from Aphrodite 23, who donates $100.
Thank you so much.
Thought I'd get one last donation for my favorite Prime game. No raffle.
All right, thank you so much, Afro. And yes, this room is dangerous and hurts. The Ing storm that's in here does a lot of damage, but
it's actually not as bad as it seems.
No, it's really not. And with Boost Ball, you can get through pretty quickly.
I assume you've played. You've gotten the. There's an artifact in Prime 1 that you at least used to be able to get without the Phazon suit.
Mm-hmm.
Then they put more rocks in there.
They put more rocks in, and they also made that Phazon do more damage. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think it starts. I think instead of. I think it also starts doing like exponential damage. Like it's just like the damage ramps up over time too.
Yeah, and the artifact of Newborn. All right, so then.
I remember on earlier versions of the game, I definitely would usually have enough energy tanks just to grab it.
Mm-hmm.
But you cannot do that in modern versions of the game, including remaster. Yeah.
Hate these enemies.
These things?
Yeah. Really annoying.
You just use the Seeker missile on them. What's the?
That's so obnoxious. Why can't I just hit them with something normal?
You just don't like the Seeker missile.
Can you blame me?
A little. Just a
By the
little.
way, if you ever feel bad about yourself and think you feel useless, just think about this middle sound maker thing in this puzzle that doesn't need
Do
to
you know
get
if these
hit.
are randomized at all?
Not normally. Possibly by the randomizer itself. But no, the combination for these gates is always the same in the typical run.
But you still need the Annihilator Beam to be able to
The Annihilator
send
Beam
the
and
sound.
the Echo Visor, yes.
Do you need the Echo Visor?
Yes. They do not take
Input without it?
they don't make a sound, basically, for the door.
They should work, though, right?
Realistically.
There's no reason for that.
Yeah, no. Realistically, they should still work properly without the Echo Visor, but they don't. Alright.
Again, randomizer problems.
Yep. On to...
Randomizer may be speedrun problems.
on to the Sky Temple Key phase of the game.
I think it does get brighter out here. Yeah, look how dark and stormy like the clouds look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll check that in just a minute.
It's almost actually like it's nighttime here.
Yeah, the sky lights up quite a bit.
It's still kind of
It's overcast,
Bluey.
but it's not really stormy.
yeah.
And once
you
again,
don't have those like thick black clouds as much anymore.
yep, this room is now in Sanctuary. So, realistically, there's nothing stopping the Ing from coming back and stealing the energy again. But that would be really obnoxious to put in the game, so it doesn't happen. Yeah, Nintendo, and in this case, Retro, are pretty obnoxious about taking out glitches and stuff, but I also understand they don't really want people to be going out of bounds in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I get some of them, but some of these things they clearly just like they fix because like technically it's a bug. Like at some level it's a bug, and they're like, no, can't have it. Has to be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
But like some of these things, and maybe there's like a deeper impact to like, well, you can do this trick because this bug exists, and this bug might actually crash the game or something in this other context or something. But
Yeah.
I have to feel like most of it is just them being kind of, I mean, to put it bluntly, kind of dicks about it, about blocking tricks and
Yeah.
stuff. And I understand things that are clearly broken, things that are really easy to do, things that a casual playthrough would easily stumble upon. And then there's just like, yeah, taking stuff out because you didn't like the fact that someone didn't follow your vision of the game.
No, we want to keep going this way.
I think generally the communities and both the community and the game developers have gotten better about dealing with stuff like glitches and exploits that have their roots or uses in the speedrunning world, beyond just using forcing people to use old versions.
Dread actually took out some of the biggest skips that were possible in the game, but they were so ridiculously game-breaking that I don't really blame them.
I say when I say game developers have gotten better about this, Nintendo is not included in that group. They are. I expect them to be. Wow, that was a neat trick. So this is the first Sky Temple key we've got?
This is the first one we've gotten.
First one I get too.
It's pretty much right next to where you come out from the sanctuary energy, so why not?
And you're like, power bombs, I got those.
It makes a lot more sense than going back to Umos and then coming back here. Other than you do have to come back to Sanctuary with a light suit to get the other one that's here.
So there are 10 Sky Temple keys, but only 9 to collect.
Correct.
Is that correct?
One of them has already been collected by one of the Luminoth warriors. So that's why there's only 9 out in the world.
And if you've been paying attention to Luminoth corpses throughout the game, speaking of which, there's one right here. Yeah. So we just picked up a Sky Temple key, and the clue, one of the clues that the Sky Temple key was in that room was that dead Luminoth body here in the Light World is equivalent Dark World room has a Sky Temple key.
Yes. There is also another way to find out which rooms have them, aside from the hints on the key bearers, and aside from the hints that are at the Sky Temple Gateway. Do you know what it is?
I can't say I do.
In any room in which a flying ink cache, the thing that holds the Sky Temple key, is located, in the Light World version of that room, you can turn on the dark visor and see the outline of the ink cache.
Really?
Yes.
I've never. Is it possible for? Is there any room that you can demonstrate that in? Because I've never actually seen that.
Yes, I can probably go do that since this is the way back to Aegon, and we're going to one of those keys now. This is actually how I learned about this.
Oh, we're using that that power bomb did end up being useful in the end.
And another one right here, and
yeah, now we're in this weird like three-way room. It's like a 2D room with 2 different 2D planes.
I always forget that this is just a missile. I always think it's a energy tank. It reminds me of the
the one in
Magmore Caverns right before Fendrana.
Magmore Cavern, early in Magmore Caverns with the breakable blocks, which again is trivialized by Spring Ball.
Yep. So here's the key bearer.
Right. Okay.
And there's the flying.
And yeah, this one's in the water. That's in the water somewhere.
Yep. There's the outline of the flying ink cache.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever noticed that.
Yep. This is actually the room
where
I first
noticed. This is probably actually like not the best way to find these.
No, it's absolutely not. Yeah, this is the room where I found out about that. Let's see. Portal?
There's a portal,
just through here.
Yeah.
I should go back and get the light suit before I do this, actually, because there's something else I can grab underwater. I'm gonna have to come back here anyway. Yeah, more chip damage from the guy whose name I can't remember.
Fred the Space Pirate. I don't like renaming him, but he needs to have a name.
Might be Bob. It might actually just be as simple as Bob. You know what? I probably should have just gone out through the front of Sanctuary, because there was a power bomb expansion there to get. But I guess I'll have another chance to grab it if I want to.
We getting this energy tank?
No.
No, not then. No time for that.
I never got it in my practice runs, but I guess I could get it there because I never go out through the front of Aegon.
Not in the route.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have absolutely no idea, by the way, what percentage we're going to end at. because I have
Oh, okay.
not adhered to my route as perfectly as I would have liked. So it is very likely that we will deviate from the 69%.
So, Great Temple, is that where we're heading now?
Yeah, we're gonna go back and get the light suit.
Right. Learn about the Sky Temple.
Yeah, which I mean, Samus has to learn about it. Samus just kind of went and grabbed that key, not knowing what it was.
Samus just comes back like, hey, yeah, I'm all done. Solved your problem. It's like, oh, yeah. Remember how I said there were 3 temples? Well, clearly you didn't count this one.
Well, up until this point, we have spent an extremely small amount of time in the Dark Temple grounds, or Sky Temple grounds, I should call it.
Actually, I think you used them to maybe get into Torvis originally, and maybe that's it.
Yep. And at the very start of the game, when our items were taken, which is not a portal you can access in gameplay.
Yeah,
so.
that's a cutscene.
So yeah, we have spent an extremely small amount of time in Sky Temple grounds.
I wish you could screw attack up this elevator like you can the dark version.
Mm-hmm. Like, Yumos, give me a suit.
The panel's like, it's right there on the wall too.
So in the randomizer, there's a possibility, especially with room randomizer. Actually, I guess room randomizer wouldn't be that different. But in the randomizer, there's a possibility that you actually do not find this room until you have returned the sanctuary energy. Because sanctuary energy is what triggers this. The other two don't actually matter. As soon as you get the sanctuary energy, this is triggered, and you can get the light suit. So it's possible to get here, trigger this cutscene, and then walk forward and trigger the other cutscene of the first time you come to this room. Both of them would be active. Randomizers are fun. Also, I actually really like the light suit.
I remember, so my opinion, I think as my opinion of the dark suit has grown over time, my opinion of the light suit has diminished over time.
Yeah.
I actually think the light suit has, I think the showing off of the light suit here in this cutscene the first time, where it shows like the lights coming on and stuff, and it's like dark otherwise, like here, that's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah.
You never see it like this again.
Nope. My only thing that I don't like about it is those knees. Those knees will poke an eye out.
Yeah, it's that part. This one just feels like too alien-y in my way for me, and it doesn't. This one doesn't look. I don't know. It loses the connection to the Luminoth and stuff as much. It's the light suit. It's made out of light. Like there's elements of it that are cool. I think thematically it's cool in the game. It makes a lot of sense. The contrast between the light Samus and dark Samus. Wow, the bitrate and that do not like each other.
Oh, okay.
That uses a lot of bitrate.
Very, very sorry.
That's fine. I mean, it is what it is. It's just a lot of fast moving light particles.
The light suit that's in Smash is not the light suit. It's kind of just the Varia suit, but light colored. So I don't really consider that to be the actual light suit that's in Smash.
I'd like to say congratulations to Sora God, who's just got their first credit card and used it to donate $5 to Child's Play.
Oh,
so thank you very
so
much for that. Just got his first credit card a few days ago. Always wanted to donate. Well, now you can, and you did. You've succeeded.
Nice. Also, I was very, very sure that this was just a missile. But I have been playing randomizers more than the regular games, so I'm glad I checked for that.
No, it's nice when when you use a power bomb to get a power bomb. Where are you going?
Back to that portal.
Is there a... Okay.
Where I was at before I left to go get the light suit.
Does hitting that wall trigger it to bring you... Oh, okay, it does.
Yes, it does. Whoopsie. Okay.
Oh, Sorgon, do you want to be entered into the raffle? $5 gets you an entry into that for the Sonic Frontiers, if you are interested.
Yes, it is on Steam. Please let us know in the chat if you would like to be entered. Let's see, which way do I want to go here? I guess I gotta go to both sides, so I'll do... no, Soragod does not want to be entered.
So with that donation, we are now over $2,200 raised for Child's Play.
Nice. I'll take the upper path first. Oh, this is actually the opposite of the direction I thought I was going, but you know what? Cool. I'll just go ahead and get this.
So if I remember correctly, there's two Sky Temple keys per area,
And then three
and
in
then
the Sky
three
grounds.
in the temple grounds, right?
Yes.
So we have one sanctuary. We just got one of the Agon, right? So we still need a second Agon.
Yes. And I know where it is. I'm going to go to it shortly. I'm going to grab this real quick to refill all my power bombs more than anything else. Could have skipped that cutscene. Didn't think about it. Oh well.
Oh, the other Agon one's annoying. Maybe you know a trick though.
I know a bit of a trick.
Falling off the upper path, not making the space jump, not making the jump or the screw attack or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Having to go back all around all those rooms again.
Yeah. Well, as I showed earlier, you can climb up by standing on the pods. So that will save you time next time if you figure out how to do that and end up falling off. But first of all, I'm going to come over here. Because power bomb.
Right? Now that we have the light suit, we can go in purple goo.
Yeah, we can go through the water with no problems. It's treated pretty much like normal water, except I don't know if you can actually do the triple jump boost like the gravity boost does. I'm not 100% sure on that.
I think so. But you're right, I don't know.
Okay, well, we'll just jump
You
the
never
normal
need
way.
to.
No, the water's never deep enough that you need to, so not that big of a deal. You will have noticed, by the way, that now that we have the light suit, we take 0 damage from
Oh yeah, that's good to call out for
Dark
people
Ether's
who are
atmosphere.
unfamiliar with the game. Yeah, the light suit effectively projects its own light barrier, but it's not as good as the beacons and crystals because it still doesn't heal you. But they still do. You can be in the light suit and then go into crystals. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's harder than Smart has made that look.
Yeah, you kind of got to wait for the platform to get out of the way. Alright, so here. Missile in here. I didn't mean to wait until I had the suits to grab this, but you do take quite a bit of damage from Dark Ether plus Phazon when you're down here. They actually greatly lessened the damage that Phazon does in this game, because it only appears in the Dark World, and they didn't want to, like, make it an instant kill. Let's see. Alright, I think we're on to Torvis next. I am getting hungry. I had not very much to eat for lunch today, because we had lunch way earlier than we normally do. And also, I was admittedly a little bit nervous, and no matter how hungry I am, if I'm nervous, I try not to force myself to eat, because that will just make me feel sick.
Well, we're in the home stretch.
Yes, and
that guy's like, I'm also hungry. I gotta get to this crystal where I can eat all the light energy in my body ever will need.
Yeah, well, they survived because I didn't empower the crystal, but I think that one Ing-possessed pirate is going to get a raise because he knocked me off the platform. So, good for him. And we're going to show off this transport. Connects Aegon to Torvis. Oh, that's a bad cutscene to skip. I always forget that. This particular cutscene of that elevator landing is actually, for whatever reason, it takes longer to load if you skip it. It's weird like that.
You have landed every single secret shot you've made.
Mm-hmm. That's another one in that really cramped tunnel that is pretty likely to miss, I would say.
Yep.
Mostly because the missiles are just gonna, hit off.
I'm not super confident about this, but I think there might only be one more in the game that you might even have to deal with.
The one heading towards the Sky Temple transport.
Yeah. I think that might be the last one that you... No, I can think of one more that's a beam ammo expansion. You might care about that one.
I don't think
it's not a missile door, but it's a secret shot.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about, yeah. I know where the last one... no, the last BMO expansion isn't behind a secret shot.
Oh, is that the one that's behind... Sorry, is that one behind the Sonic thing instead?
Yes. I get that confused a lot. And we're also running around picking up a lot of power bomb expansions, as if you have noticed. We're going to get another one right now.
Well, that's good. I mean, I don't know if the strategy is the same as the strategy I would adopt, but power bombs are very useful in the final boss.
They are, and they will be. It's a good thing there's an expansion here, because I would have actually run out without this pickup. And I need another one to break down this door.
Is that our first Temple Grounds key?
No, this is Torvis.
Oh, are we? Oh, okay.
No,
Oh, yeah, the poison pit in Torvis, yep.
Yep.
That's right.
Uh,
Sorry, I was thinking of a different purple room in the temple grounds.
yeah. Need to go back this way. Excuse me. Because I got to go back through the portal so I can go down to Lower Torvus again.
Right, and get the other Sky Temple key that we actually talked a little, very briefly about.
Yeah.
When we were in the room.
I was apparently very wrong about the fact that we would end with 115 missiles because we're already at 130.
So maybe we will get 75%.
Well, it really depends on how much more than my route I've done. I don't think I've gone out of my way for any missile expansions I wasn't supposed to get. Maybe one.
You've just completely skipped the annoying flower things.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised with myself for never noticing how much brighter this room is. No matter how many times I've been through it, it's so much brighter. Like, how did I not pay attention?
Well, part of it is that you, at least coming back to it later in the game, is you're going to see those pirates and go, dark visor, and then not really see the room.
Yeah, that's true. Same, Lithriel. This is also my favorite of the Prime games, which is why we're playing it as part of HFC All-Stars, where we're playing our favorite games to raise money for Child's Play. Thank you for the really good segue. No, I am personally not excited for Sonic Superstars, other than people I know are excited for it, and I am excited for them. I tend to not like 2D platformers in general, hence my not playing the 2D Metroids. Basically, same stuff going on there. Dark Beam Door? Yes, Dark Beam Door.
I do get lost at this point down here a little bit, but at least at this point, all the areas can connect to each other.
Nice jump from that Grinchler, though. Yeah, that Grinchler was leaping. Let's see. That and that.
Another very strange, like, one place this mechanic is ever used.
Yeah, these enemies don't appear anywhere else. Enemies in quotation marks.
And again, another good optimization there on moving them both at the same time. Yeah, well, the question is, will he get back out before the path closes?
Yes, that's why I use Light Beam to activate them. That's perfectly fine, Cassidy. Definitely take care of yourself before, you know, before anything else.
And yeah, even if you can't donate today, the marathon will still go on for a little while longer.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully things get resolved by then, but even if not, you know, just spread the word. And yeah, just being around helps.
I am excited for Kingdom Hearts 4. Probably not as much as, like, Tom, but yeah.
I think I've never, like, just really thinking about what's next with Kingdom Hearts, all the different things that it's potentially connecting to, the connections with Final Fantasy versus 13, and all the stuff going on with where they're taking the series next. And I've gone through all the mobile games, all the big lore. I've never been more excited for the next chapter in the Kingdom Hearts franchise.
Oh, there's actually nothing down here. It's just a pool of water. Huh. So this is the room we were talking about before that had a key, but it did not have a key. It's really just a shallow pool of water. Yeah, we got the key from the other room, which I guess I'm going to go back to.
That's true. There's literally nothing in this room?
Nope.
No expansion or anything down there either?
Nope. It's just a shallow pool. I can't
Yeah.
I can't even go into the water any further. Why do I not like 2D games like platformers? Generally, because I feel like the camera is too close and I can't see anything that's around me, and it becomes a test of reaction time. And I would rather be able to see what's around me, which is why I don't mind the 2D sections in Sonic Colors, because typically the camera is pulled back far enough that I can actually see what's going on.
What if there was a game that was like everyone thought everything was 2D, but then actually the world was 3D, and you could rotate what perspective you could see?
Then it would be Super Paper Mario.
You're right. that would be Super Paper Mario.
That is literally.
Or you could let me plug the Fez run later in the marathon.
See, I don't know anything about Fez, so I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, Fez. I don't remember. I want to say Fez did it first, but no, I'm actually not sure about that.
Yeah, because that's literally just the mechanic of Super Paper Mario.
Except it's quite different. In Super Paper Mario, the 2D world becomes a 3D world, and then you can collapse it back to 2D and stuff. Whereas in Fez, you actually have it's just different. There's like 4 different representations of the 2D world as you rotate it around.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty likely, judging by trailers that we've gotten, that Star Wars is going to be included, because you can see the foot of an
you believe in foot theory too, huh?
Yeah, well, it's there.
I can't explain that scene. Like that trailer, every scene in that trailer has a purpose. Why are they showing this random ass forest that doesn't belong in the rest of that? Why does that scene there? There has to be something. There has to be some purpose to it, and sticking in a little plausible AT-ST foot is just so stupid and crazy that it's just like so. What else could it be? I guess it could just be a rock, but I believe.
We skipped a long series of going back and forth through portals and fighting Ing Smashers and Dark Ing Smashers. We didn't need to bother with that.
I really like this. I thought this puzzle was really cool. You just have to have enough. You have to have enough power bombs.
It's tedious, but other than that, yeah, it's pretty cool. I am going the wrong way. I don't actually need to go down. I need to go back up, because I need to get to a portal in the Hall of Combat Mastery. Fun fact, by the way, about this room. This center area, you normally cannot go into it before you solve the puzzle. But with Cannonball, because you are immune to all damage, you can actually go in and you will fall. The same thing also happens if you happen to enter this room from this side the first time, because the randomizer sent you a certain way. So if you enter that room from the back and try to go through the puzzle, you will also fall, and you will be out of bounds. Both of those things have happened to me before. And I have tried to do out-of-bounds movement with those ether jumps that I was talking about before, and I'm just, I'm really not good enough. I can't do pixel jumps, which is pretty much what ether jumps are. I like that the key is still there. The Hive Temple key is just still sitting there, like, yeah, get me. And I'm like, no.
No point now.
No. They don't even count for percentage.
Oh, that's something I've never really thought about. But yeah, okay, sure.
This is like the most out of the way Sky Temple key out of all of them. I kind of dislike it. More so because if there's an item on this check in the randomizer, you really got to go out of your way, and you also need the light suit in order to even access it.
But it's cool to come out here to this area, this big open area, in the dark world, and yeah, it's pretty ominous looking.
Yeah. The key bearer for this room is actually up here in the light world. It's up on this top platform, and it does not spawn until after Dark Samus 2, even if you happen to get up there. I wonder if I can... Yeah, I'll go back out through the front of Sanctuary when I leave here. Let's go save, just in case. So I can get the Power Bomb expansion that's in Sank Entrance. I am 1 pixel away from the save station. Good. Yeah, this is honestly part of my issue with the Hive, the Dark Sanctuary. So many rooms between the portal and Hive entrance where that key is, and there's just nothing in any of them. They're all just completely empty of items. And it's just a problem with the entirety of the Hive.
It's just a lot of traversal.
Yeah. Because none of these rooms are anything. Unless you really want to stop to fight all the enemies. Which I obviously don't. We got, I think Dark Commandos always spawn in this room at this point. But they don't lock the portal, so who cares? What are we looking like on time? 5.5 hours? I think we're going to get just a little bit over 6 hours for this run. Which is not terrible. Pretty much really what I expected.
Yeah, we're just here for the second... I know we got the second key, so...
Yeah, I'm just on the way out now. Back to Temple Grounds to get those.
So go to the final 3 keys then, right?
Final 3 keys and the final beam ammo expansion, which is conveniently on the way to one of the keys. By the way, I didn't actually go through this room. I did say we were going to be fighting some Ing Smashers, depending on your definition of the word fight. So...
Powerbomb it?
I'm going to powerbomb it.
You're in powerbomb stance.
Kingdom Hearts game like Mario Party.
Does it lock the door on you to fight these?
No, I could leave.
Oh, okay.
I just kind of felt like it. You want a Kingdom Hearts game that's like Mario Party? Well, I would say that the command board is like that, but that's more like Fortune Street. Which is similar but not the same. I don't think we'll get...
Surprisingly addictive.
I like it. I'm one of the few people that really like the command board. I know a lot of people that don't. Oh,
yeah.
I guess...
Come and visit me on Ventus Island sometime.
I guess pirates don't spawn here yet. I'm glad I had 1 power bomb left.
Ventus Island is me once I own all of the properties on on the keychain of the Keyblade on the basic uh, the basic first command board map.
Yeah. Boom. 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 Whoopsie. I didn't keep tapping my screw attack, so I fell. You can get to those upper areas from where the turret is at, but it's a bit of a tough jump. It's very precise, so I'll just take the sort of slow way. Yeah, here's the key bearer. Again, this guy doesn't actually spawn until you beat Dark Samus 2. I almost fell off without grabbing the power bomb. That would have been dumb.
And luckily that puts us on the right side of getting out of here, too.
It sure does. And this puts us not terribly far away from another power bomb expansion. And one of the keys that we're going to be picking up.
That's the last we're going to see a sanctuary, right?
Yes. Unless the Emperor has a new attack where he calls down Sanctuary to, like, land, like, throw it at us, then yeah, that's the last we see of it.
Is that just a missile expansion, or did we already get whatever was in that light beam
It's just a
behind
missile
us?
expansion. Just a missile expansion up there. If you're a fan of the Kingdom Hearts series, I would generally recommend Birth by Sleep. It's a pretty good intro.
Oh yeah, Birth by Sleep is an excellent game.
In general, by the way, screw attack breaks that. I mentioned that earlier. In general, in terms of the gameplay, I don't particularly like it that much, and I think Recoded is a much better version of the command deck system. But considering Recoded's story sucks, for the most part, Birth by Sleep ends up being the better entry. Also, this room, which has zero purpose, except for the dark version has a flying ink cache.
Yep.
And this room has a key bearer. That's all it is.
It is. This is one of the most confusing rooms in this game. Otherwise, yeah, especially early on, you get to this room and you're like, you can get to this room and you're like,
As soon as you have space jump, yeah.
but why? Did they forget to put an expansion in this room? Did Dark Samus steal it? Like, what's going on?
Break that. Then I gotta go out here.
Find another power bomb.
Power bomb refill.
Get really lucky.
And then if we set another one down right here, it breaks the gate and the wall.
And we get another power bomb anyway.
I think that's only one away from all power bombs, because I think there's 10.
I get confused because I think Prime 1 has 8 maximum.
I think Prime 1 has more total, but I think you also you get 3 power bombs when you get the item, rather than 2 in this game. That might be wrong. That's another thing you can change in the randomizer, so maybe I'm just, messed up by that. Because I usually change...
I think you get 3 power bombs by default in...
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Prime 1, and only 2 here.
Oh, I love the story in Recoded.
Recoded as an entry point into the Kingdom Hearts series. That is an interesting consideration I hadn't really thought about. Because it largely is like a retelling of the earlier stories and a reuse of a lot of the other assets and stuff. But as someone who hasn't played the series before and isn't super familiar with all that stuff, that could be a very interesting way of getting into the series. I've never considered that.
See, the way I look at the story of Recoded is as a game, as an entry in the Kingdom Hearts series, I don't think it's that good in terms of the story. I think it's mostly superfluous, didn't really need to be made. On the other hand, I think in general, everything that happens in the game and the stuff that Data Sora goes through makes for an excellent character study of Sora himself. Because you take this piece of data that is a copy of Sora and put him into situations that Sora himself could not go through. And you get to see stuff like how Sora would react to all these things. And I think that is really cool.
I think some of the stuff that they talk about in the main thing that I think in Recoded is interesting to me in the long term is the concept of the datascape and the worlds and hearts inside of data and the furtherance of digital worlds and worlds within worlds and stuff like that, which then gets expanded on even further in some of the mobile game stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Recoded kind of lays the groundwork for a lot of that stuff in the first place.
Yeah. I think they made Recoded's story actively worse by doing the bait and switch with the cubes in KH3. Because they make you think it has to do with the blocks, and then it's actually nothing to do with them. So it just makes Recoded even less important. Alright, just 2 more keys to get, and one of them is right next to the gateway.
Right?
So, yeah.
I mean, there's one in there's one literally in the room we were just in, right?
Yes.
The dark version of the Samus ship room.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy, I made stupid choices. I completely forgot to get the key that was on the GMFC compound side of here. You know what? No, this is definitely faster to go this way. I don't need to take that that elevator. Hey, can you get out of the way, please?
You can warp all the way down here too. Yep, there he is.
Yep, you sure can. We're going to see a room with one of the missile combos, beam combos, and we're not going to get it. But I just need to go through the room.
Swing on through. I guess we'll just spin on through, actually, probably.
Spin attack, screw attack thing. Spin attack is definitely not this game.
You could describe the screw attack as a spin attack-like move.
True. There is a way to get the sunburst.
Do you really want me to tell you that Samus was going to screw her way through this room?
No.
She had to screw her way through all those pirates, huh?
There is a way to get the sunburst without doing the puzzle, but again, precise jumps and skill things.
Oh, wow, the pipes can be useful, huh?
Yep. Unless you're in room randomizer, in which case some things don't have collision that should, because the game has to reorient some rooms. And so
that subtly changes their geometry.
Yep. Okay, so that will take out that pirate. And quick thing for that.
Is there a formal Metroid Prime 3 randomizer yet?
Yes, I linked it to you when it first came out, actually.
Okay, yeah. I can't remember. I never tried it myself.
That was wrong.
Is there a room randomizer for it as well, or?
That I do not believe so.
That could be interesting with like the ship travel and stuff.
Yeah, that would kind of be tough because of the separated planets. I mean, even with the Prime 2 room randomizer stuff is only randomized within each region. So it's not like you're going to run into a Torvis room in the middle of Aegon.
Alright, so that's the final beam expansion?
Yes.
And we got a room here with a Metroid in it.
Yep, Dark Metroid.
Dark Metroid.
Don't care. That's... You know what, I'll go get that. Typically this requires Dark Visor. Because there's platforms here, but you know. Screw attack. Screw attack instantly killing the Dark Metroids because of the damage it does. You can actually get through this upcoming area through the Ing Storm without light suit. There are specific areas, very, very small areas in all of these rooms in which the Ing Storm is not active. And Screw Attack sort of lessens the damage that you take, so you can utilize both of those things in order to get through here without light suit, and that's what the speedrun does. Any percent, obviously. 100% is still going to, you know, get everything. Alright, and that's the last one we have to search for, because the actual last key is right next to the gate, like I said before.
CD binders. I've just moved on. Like, I just don't. I never want to see an optical disc in my life again if I can avoid it.
Conveniently, there is also something in the Dark World to stand on to jump up here, in almost the exact same spot.
Wow. I mean, I know the base geometries of these rooms are basically the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just so happens there's
not a huge shock.
There's a War Wasp hive on one and one of those ink pods on the other. Let's see, we want to go back around that way, yes. Back through GMFC. So the way to get the Sunburst without doing the puzzle requires a 3 BSJ. And what that is obviously it's a bomb space jump after doing... you know how you can do the double bomb jump? Well, if you time it just right, you can actually lay an extra bomb to jump you upwards, and you get more height out of that. And you do that and land on a very small bit of standable terrain right outside that little windowed area near the door. And you then jump from there and screw attack up to the platform where the Sunburst is. Let's see. Should I go back to the ship again? I don't think I really need to. Nah, I'm good. That's like a whole extra room to go through.
Yeah, your supplies are good.
I would be more worried about my power bombs than anything else, but
You got 7 out of 9.
I'm 7.
Yeah.
That's more than enough, I think.
So are we now on final approach for...
We sure are, because
We've got all the keys now?
we're heading towards the final one. Like I said, it's right next to the gateway.
Got it. Yeah, this is the one that I thought was the beam ammo expansion.
You know, I make that mistake quite often as well. But no, it's just a missile. We're going to finish at 145 missiles. I am pretty sure we have deviated from the 69%, so sadly we probably won't be seeing that.
Alright, so as we're on final approach here, I'll just remind everyone that we're here to raise money for Child's Play. You can use the donation link beneath the video, or use the donate command in chat. A donation of at least $5 gets you an entry into the Sonic raffle. In fact, every $5 that you donate gets you an entry into the Sonic raffle if you choose to do so. There are other incentives you can put your donation towards as well, including picking the character for Tony Hawk.
And choosing whether I skip or play through Vanessa's Manor in A Hat in Time, which is tomorrow morning, so the cutoff will actually be as soon as the stream starts tomorrow.
Alright, and we get the final missile door here.
Seekers was
Perfect.
good today. 100% Seekers rate.
I've never seen it before.
If I did more, I might miss more of them, but you know.
There weren't that many more.
There's not many more. Mining Station B. I really think that was it. Yeah, I think that's the only secret door left.
Yeah, we've restored the keys to the Sky Temple. Sorry, is this the Ing who created these keys?
No, the Luminoth did. I'm pretty sure.
They're keeping themselves out of the Dark Temple?
They're keeping... I don't remember the lore. I'd have to, like, watch the cutscenes and read through the Keybearer lore scans.
Either way, we need the keys. We use the keys. We're in.
Mm-hmm. I guess the Ing did make the keys, because that would make more sense. And some of the Luminoth warriors found them, and subsequently lost them, you know, as it goes. Well, if the keys were made by the Luminoth to keep the Ing inside, then they didn't do a good job. Silver Dude says, isn't it funny that people initially blasted the concept of a Metroid FPS, and look how well it's done? Is there any other instances you can think of where you thought, there's no way this format will work, and yet it did?
First of all, I want to say, like, this is a first-person game. I wouldn't call it a first-person shooter. You're shooting, and it's first-person, but it breaks so many of the traditional, conventional FPS, especially the original GameCube versions, more than anything. Like the remastered versions and the different control schemes actually bring them closer to that genre.
Mm-hmm.
But no, these are more just kind of... I see these as first-person adventure games.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
But regardless, the adaptation of this from 2D to 3D, and especially taking it into the from a 2D side scroller third person to a first person 3D game, is I can't think of a better success case.
Ooh, barely made it up there. Alright. Sort of final boss time.
It's a giant red ball.
So in the room randomizer, because there's only certain ways that the rooms can be shuffled when there's only 3 rooms, the Sky Temple can sometimes be that this is the bottom room, and where you teleport in is the top, and you just fall down the chamber where the screw attack wall is.
Alright, so fighting Emperor. So you use the Annihilator on this part, huh? That does the most damage. It does a lot of damage.
If you do it right, yeah, you can take it out
and
in one cycle.
Aiming easier too. Wow. Yeah, I used Light Beam.
Charge Light Beam or Super Missiles are usually the way to go, but if you know how to dodge the lasers and you can get the rapid fire going, Annihilator definitely works really well.
Right, and now we'll find out if 7 power bombs were truly enough. The trick here is to get the weird tentacle things to come out of the holes, and to try and take out as many with the same power bomb as possible. And was that a 3? Did you get 3 off of that power bomb?
I sure did.
I think that's about the best you can ask for, is about getting 3 off of a single power bomb, right?
I missed that one back there, or else that would have been pretty much perfect. So, do you know the funny special thing about Emperor 3?
There's some kind of quick kill thing on him, but I don't remember what it is. Can you screw attack something?
You can screw attack because originally, or at least pretty sure this might be just a theory. Originally, the plan was to have armor on Emperor 3's feet, and they still have hitboxes, and you can use the screw attack to hit them.
You're trying to hit his feet with the screw attack?
Yes.
Okay, I've never understood what like the trick is to screwing attack him, but it's hitting him in like the feet?
Yep. Like that, and fight's done.
Huh. Yeah, no, that fight is usually a lot more exciting when I play it.
It's usually a lot longer and more tedious. I'm going to be honest. I don't really like Emperor 3 that much.
I will say I miss being able to boost ball into Ridley to knock him into phase 2. That was my favorite trick in that game.
Yeah, that's in Prime 1. The build up to the final boss, which they unfortunately took out in Trilogy and Remastered.
They also added like attack patterns to like they actually made that fight different. They added attack patterns or something. There's like he has like a new stomp attack that he didn't have before.
All right, just a little bit left.
I mean, yeah, that's it. You just take the energy and nothing bad will happen.
If I hadn't been called away those few times and had the game crash, this would easily be a sub 6-hour run. But unfortunately, those things happened, so.
And then we get a escape sequence that people really wanted in the first Metroid Prime, and they kind of had a perfect opportunity to do something, but they just cutscened you out of it at the end. But they listened to what people wanted and were like, you know what, we can do that.
You don't really have a way to get out of the impact crater anyway, so probably for the best. Probably for the best that they just cutscened it.
Yeah, it was that was a really good Emperor ring, by the way.
Yeah, I appreciate it. By the time you're at the bottom of the impact crater, there's not really a way to get out. And the Phazon has overtaken the doorway. So we can't get out now. Or it's about to take over the doorway, actually.
Yeah, there's like a giant Phazon tree or something that's happening in the background, and then, yeah, Dark Samus, I guess, wills it into blocking the entryway. And yeah, Dark Samus is looking. I mean, you've looked better. It's a really that's a cool look though. Like this like transparent look, and you see the Dark Samus is very much not human underneath. Not that I think anyone ever really thought of, but that you see for a fact, like, oh shit.
This is such an interesting fight. Now, let's see. Come on, do the thing. No, okay. Well, you can skip this phase somehow. I think I've done it once. If you're really good with hitting her with a screw attack, you can actually keep damaging her, and if you use the missile to make her put up the shield, she'll actually stay in place, and you can hit her with the screw attack a lot easier. But instead we get this, which is honestly one of the most boring final bosses that I could say I've ever experienced in a game.
Yeah, you kind of just wait for it to happen.
And then you hit her with a super missile, and she goes back.
I actually kind of struggle with the kind of catching the phase on part without taking damage, and yeah, so this part actually does stress me out.
Yeah, it could be really annoying. The other thing that's annoying is just the RNG of when she uses it. I have watching people doing speedruns and people that know better doing randomizers of this. What they do is they actually manually look up to catch the stuff instead of keeping the lock on. By the way, once she goes into that center mode, there's not really worth bothering with trying to hit her with screw attacks. So, you just do a super missile and she'll go back. She's being very unfriendly by doing the missiles a whole bunch. If you try to catch the particles and one of them touches you, you get damaged and you lose the charge.
Yeah, which is what happens to me at least a few times. Usually.
Like that.
Excellent demonstration, Spar.
Much as I love this game, hate this boss. This is probably one of the worst bosses in any video game I can think of.
I actually really like Metroid Prime Exoskeleton. I think the boss, the second part is really cool the first time, but like every subsequent time you just know what you're doing, you're just going through the motions. That one literally is just waiting for the opportunity to do the thing.
My biggest problem with
I like optimizing the exoskeleton. I like trying to land the extra ice spreader or the extra like there's challenge in there. There's optimization in there. I think it's actually a fun fight.
I agree. My biggest problem is just that your target is so tiny. And a lot of the times the lock-on just doesn't hit the target that you're trying to hit. This is a really long Dark Samus 4, by the way. She is being extremely rude.
You picked up all the missiles you didn't get.
Really, that's so fun that happens.
Okay, well, you're getting another opportunity here. All right, one more.
One more of those, yep.
Have you ever finished Dark Samus on a super missile here?
I don't know. I have, like I said, skipped the Dark Samus 4 phase. So you hit her with the screw attack, and it still plays this animation of her falling out of the sky.
Oh, and that's it.
That's it. And that was 6 hours and 3 minutes according to my recording, which I did start during the volume test. So yeah, that actually was a sub 6 hour run, even with getting called away. Because we did volume tests for around 10 minutes or so at the start. So yay, good for me. I do really like this.
We'll get our formal time in the and we'll get our formal time in the credits.
Well, our in-game time is not going to be accurate.
Yeah, it's the real time. It's the time I trust.
It's the time that's used for leaderboards for speedruns, but Yeah.
Well, we'll never see her again. Wow, I actually think the music that's supposed to play right here just hit on my OST as well.
Oh, nice.
I've been playing with it to make it appropriate for this final boss fights and stuff, but that did work out quite well.
Unfortunately, Xehanorto, you came back in right after we finished the final boss, so yes, we are done, unfortunately. This was...
Yeah, it's just cutscenes and credits left here.
That one ing that was just running in place, though. I've never noticed that. That's so funny.
I like the the ing struggling to get through the portal and be like, we don't like we can't really like the dark world, but we don't really have a choice.
So overall, I am extremely happy with this run. Sub 6 hour is extremely good. Better than any of the practice runs that I had. The Boost Guardian and Alpha Blog fights were excellent. All of the bosses went really well. Actually, I really am mostly upset about that one slope jump at the start of the game for the missile the duplication. So that was really the only bad part, and getting called away a couple times, but I can't do anything about that. So
there's the beautiful various suit again.
Yes, because we leave behind the dark suit as well.
Well, you know, unless Samus shows up in a Kingdom Hearts game, what's she gonna need the dark suit for?
Mm-hmm.
Dark and light suit.
Love this cutscene so much.
I know Samus gets shown respect, and she, like, it's so rare that like people get to express direct gratitude.
And just walks away silently with a wave. So good. Sadly, we don't have enough percentage to get the Zero Suit ending, but you know.
Okay, so we know we are beneath 75%.
Yeah, we're probably at 70 if I had to guess. Oh yeah, Nathan, love the various suit. Probably my favorite design for it.
Although to be honest, I don't like the way they did the Zero. I don't like the way they did the Zero Suit in this game. They just going full into like the anime kind of style look for the I liked what they did with the Zero Suit in or with her taking her helmet off in the first game.
Yeah,
like the realistic look, and I'm glad they kept it in the remaster version. They updated it, and it's a better model and stuff. But they brought it a little bit more in parody, but they didn't just go full. This is Zero Suit Samus.
Mm-hmm.
They kept it the realistic, less cartoony look.
Yeah, she does look a bit too cartoony in Echoes. Alright. Yeah, Metroid Prime 2. Awesome game. Like I said, it's in my top 10 games of all time. Love playing it. I might get back into the randomizer some now that I've finished this, but I think my focus is probably going to be on recording footage for Metroid Prime Remastered, because I'm going to be putting that up on Hellfire Playthroughs, or HF Playthroughs is the name of the YouTube channel, where we have all of our non-commentary footage. And also, Tom and I are going to be doing a Let's Play of Remastered after we finish Xenoblade 3 Future Redeemed, which will be starting after the marathon is done. So probably before the end of the year, we'll have Metroid Prime Remastered done for that. So look forward to that, I guess.
Yeah, what an excellent version of that game.
Mm-hmm.
Both games have excellent title and credit screen music. I really like the credit theme here.
Mm-hmm. I'll admit that I do enjoy the music in this game, but it's never anything that I would want to listen to on its own, I would say.
No.
And I feel like that. I feel that way about a lot of games, actually. But
Prime 1 works a little bit better. Fendrana's pretty nice, just to relax to. Talon Overworld's pretty nice. But yeah, they set the mood for the game that you are playing very well.
Rest in peace, Satoru Iwata.
Yeah. respect to Nintendo's former president.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just kind of basking in this. Really happy with that run. I really hope that my other 2 runs go just as well, if not better. I'm also very excited for A Hat in Time tomorrow. Quick reminder, if you want to get in a vote for whether I play or skip Vanessa's Manor, 1, you'd have to put in a lot of money to change the vote, because it's over $100 for me to play and 0 for me to skip. But if you do want to put in a vote for that, this is pretty much your last chance to do so while the stream is live, because we'll be cutting that off at the start of tomorrow's run, and it's the first thing on tomorrow, so there's that. And we also have the poll for Tony Hawk's Underground to choose which custom skater I play as: Naruto, Senator Armstrong, Sonic the Hedgehog, Tifa, or Kairi. So if you want to make a choice for that, again, you'd have to put in a lot of money, because Naruto and Sonic have like over 400 for the polls, so you'd have to put in quite a bit to change things. But looking forward to both of those runs. Really excited for those.
I'm being told that the schedule for tomorrow is a little up in the air at the moment.
Yeah, we do have some changes that we want to make, but those will be announced later on.
But what hopefully won't change is a week tomorrow will be the Fez run that I'll be playing and bringing some people in for.
Yep.
So let's see our final set. 70%.
70%, and
we got 1 extra item, huh?
And our end game time is below 4 hours, which is also really good.
Yeah, very good. But yeah, you must have been really off on your missile estimation then, because even 1 extra missile isn't gonna is way off from your 115.
Nope. 115 was not on the route. That was just an incorrect memory, I guess. One missile that I don't normally grab would have put it up to 70 from 69. So
hopefully that wasn't the one that I told you to grab, but that would have made the difference.
It might have been, actually, but you know what? That's fine.
Oh yeah, if you didn't dupe and cheat.
This is true. This is true. This is my punishment for cheating.
It was good to show off. I think it was cool to show that off. That to talk about some of the underlying game mechanics, and how the game actually works behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Get a little glimpse into that.
Okay, this has been very fun. I'm glad you guys watched and enjoyed. Tune in tomorrow for A Hat in Time, and the rest of the schedule will be updated soon. We'll have a better idea of what's being played, hopefully later tonight. But keep an eye on the Marathon Twitter account, which is by this command. So keep an eye out for that. And the HFC Discord, we'll likely be posting it there. And we will see you guys tomorrow for more of HFC All-Stars. Bye, everyone.
See ya.